Now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, JJ Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies. There you go. It sells itself.
God.
Get in there.
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ. Give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... Nope, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen.
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. It's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine.
That's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Football thing. We ended on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That's just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
We're here.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome once again to the Saturday Night Shenanigans that are Open Mic Night. I am, of course, your host and moderator, the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Hope you guys are enjoying your Saturday evening, wherever you may be across the multiverse. We've got Daniel in the house already. Says he's watching this on my channel and Noah's channel. My channel on his phone, Noah's on the TV. That's what's up. That's a good way to help Noah get the view hours that he's going to need to eventually get monetized. Safet's in the house. Daniel says this is going to be an interesting open mic night, and like usual, we may go off the rails. Oh, I would pretty much bank on that, because as the man that I'm about to bring into, we were harassing him on Simply Predicting last night, and as he tends to do, he opened his mouth, inserted his foot for $50 in super chats tonight. The simple man, Noah Foster, is going to have to do the Macarena in his pajamas.
That ain't happening. Anyway,
Now,
back to what I'm
now.
working on.
Just to throw this out there, since that is a large sum, and we are on 3 channels that get super chats, I'd like to see that spread out a little bit. So let me see $20 of that come to the Casa channel, 20 of that go to the Jeff Meacham Network, 10 of that go to the Greg Cherry brand. Noah, as much as he opens his mouth, inserts foot, and embarrasses himself, he is a man of his word, and he does enjoy entertaining the people. So we will see if this ends up happening, Noah.
Yeah, I suppose. Hello, everybody.
How has your day been, sir?
I've been good. I watched Wrestle Kingdom. I slept most of the day. I had Chicken Bowl, and I slept more. And then I watched Collision. That was, again, the best show of the week. Damn good stuff tonight. And here we are now as I'm preparing stuff for a church. And it's good to see you and everybody here, as always. It's been a nice, simple, relaxing Saturday, as it should have been.
Right on. Yeah, I did not watch Collision. I was actually telling Datilla before we came on the air, I'm going to bring her in a moment. I didn't watch Collision. I still haven't watched Rampage. I'm probably going to watch those tomorrow prior to our coverage of Vengeance Day.
Mm-hmm.
I just took today to be a wrestling-free day.
Hey, I get that. I do that with Mondays and Tuesdays. You got to do that at least once a week. You got to have that downtime. Protect your mentality involves relaxing your mentality. So
that used to be my Thursday. But now, I made a deal with a couple of people, yourself, and we'll go ahead and bring Datilla in. Hey. So I no longer have my Thursdays free to just unwind anymore. So with the exception of a couple of YouTube clips, because there were some people kind of discussing our main event topic, wanted to see what they had to say about it. Other than that, it's been a wrestling-free day for me. Datilla, nice. How are you doing? I gotta first of all give you kudos for your TNA Impact review on Body Slam this week.
Oh, thank you.
When you told me that you weren't going to be reviewing Impact because you were going to be doing it on Body Slam, I thought you were going to be like the co-host. But you were actually like carrying the show and everything. So very well done, my friend. For those of you guys that don't tune into Rangers of Wrestling and see her shtick, we're past the 10 minutes. What the fuck are y'all doing on a daily basis? And then make sure you go to bodyslam.net's YouTube channel and check her out talking about arguably the one show she's the most passionate about, TNA Impact Wrestling.
Damn it.
Thanks. Wow. Thank you for that, JJ. Honestly, I feel like my TNA Impact reviews are the best reviews I do. They're like the most detailed ones that I do of all of them.
Well, when you got that passion that has carried you on through generations of a company's inception, that tends to showcase full on out with what you do in your content. And I clearly see that with you and JJ and the TNA Impact. I see that with JJ and NXT. And I think everybody here is seeing now across all things wrestling with me just on commentary. So it's one of those things where you back up what you own.
When you were watching Impact for it'll be 4 years in July. So
there you go. But yeah, I mean, honestly, you work best when you have somebody to bounce off of.
Amen.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you do the shows solo, I notice that sometimes you get distracted by the comments and trying to reply to the people in the comments section. But if you have a co-host, then there's always somebody to help bounce and pick that slack up. That way there's not the dead air time.
Yep.
But you tend to do the best when you're bouncing off someone, whether it's me and you going at it about NXT or you and the guy that you were talking about Impact.
Oh, Bert.
The rapport just goes back and forth so good.
Oh, thank you.
So you may something you may want to consider is finding yourself a full-time co-host that can do some of these reviews with you, at least when it comes to AEW stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Right now I'm happy being a one-woman show. But if the time ever does come to look for a full-time co-host, I'll be sure to call Noah.
There you go. And for those of you out there, if you're not watching this, if you haven't been supporting Attila, go subscribe to Rangers of Wrestling. Last I checked, you only needed 35 more subscribers to hit that 1,000 mark. We are so close to getting you to that mark, and there are 21 people watching us right now. If you guys are not subscribed to Rangers of Wrestling, I want to see those 21 people go to youtube.com/Rangers of Wrestling, subscribe to Attila's channel.
Before I came on here, it was 968, so less than 35.
So went up a couple. Good.
Yeah.
Apparently you were on the A+ Hero Report today.
I was.
How come you didn't tell anybody?
I do that too.
You didn't tell us. We could have gone to the chat room and been supporting you.
I apologize for not telling.
You remember so much. Don't beat yourself up.
It's just because it was a recorded video. It wasn't live. So
that makes sense.
Thank you.
Well, again, Attila, keep busy, and again, keep your passions always going, but also keep your priorities in order, and nothing but the best for you as always. Maybe we'll get together again also and do another predicting for TNA since we got a double feature week coming up too. We'll talk more about that later.
Yeah, and speaking of reviews, JJ, I hope your back is okay. Maybe you'll take a break tomorrow.
No. Well, she's making that joke because when we do the NXT reviews, I have to carry her through them. So she's making a joke that hopefully my back's okay from having to carry her through the NXT reviews.
Yeah,
but she does have Vengeance Day tomorrow. She's gonna have to do something for us. So
yeah, it does look like a good show for what it's worth. Like I said, 5 out of 6 matches I actually do care about. Not to go too far off in the weeds, since I know there's other people waiting in the green room. But again, this is his NXT, but I will claim it's far better than what it used to be.
Well, let's go ahead and bring in the last part of our panel right now. It is Mr. Reliable Walter Cruz.
Reliable,
Walter.
Good. How are you guys? Good to see and be seen.
Hey, Walter.
I'm tired, but I'm all right.
How are you doing today, Walter?
I'm doing great, hanging in there. Like I said, it's good to see and be seen. Good to be a part of this, and I'm ready to go.
All right.
What's your shirt say? It's like my mom always said.
What the F is wrong with you?
That's a good one.
That's a different saying that I don't think my mother has said, at least.
Yeah, my mom's never said that.
Mothers have their own proverbs just as vast as the Bible's wisdom, if not more. God bless them.
Yeah, that's true. But how's everyone's is everybody ready for Vengeance Day tomorrow?
I am.
That's good. I'm actually looking forward to the show. Gonna see how it goes. Hopefully it's a great show. And hopefully, if JJ's proud of me, he doesn't have to carry me to tomorrow's show.
Well, I have no problem carrying you through it. You carried me through that first Impact review. And then, I appreciate the kudos you gave me backstage before we came on about how I did on my review yesterday.
Mm-hmm. He did good. I think he did good. Granted, there's some things he couldn't talk about in further detail because he doesn't know this, like some of the history, like the Knockouts tag team division, how much teams they've lost. Doesn't know the history with Bailey and the Rascals, so it's okay.
I mean, I don't expect him to understand that.
Same.
I'm not gonna Russo him, bro. I mean, because again, he's trying in this new generation of TNA, so in that respect. But yes, to Tatilla's point, I could speak verbatim about the history of the Knockout tag division.
Mm-hmm.
Killer Kelly and Matsu Slamovich versus Decay. Let's freaking go!
This is awesome. I apologize if I stutter stepped a little bit when I was bringing water in. My daughter and her mom just popped up unannounced, brought me a drink from Rad Coffee down the hill, which is a place I love going to.
Nice.
So kind of caught me off guard, them coming in and surprising me with this. So
there's never a bad time for a good drink. So
of course not.
Always got my Mountain Dews on standby.
Got my water because I don't drink Mountain Dew.
She's smarter and healthier than me. So
this is called the Zombie, and it's a lemonade like tea drink.
I thought it was like blue lemonade for a moment. Zombie,
it looked like blue lemonade.
Cranberries, good song.
Zombie. I love that
Surprise,
song.
he doesn't have Prime.
Damn it.
No, not today. I only do that for the shameless chills in the matches.
That is
only do that for that. Remember, we had that match a couple months ago, and it was sponsored by Slim Jims, and I had Slim Jims for that.
All right. To be fair, I was drinking Pitch Black nonstop during last year's Royal Rumble. So
yes, you were. So
did you eat Snickers during the
crap?
Did you eat Snickers?
I have Snickers. I'm gonna have Snickers during WrestleMania. I'm sure they're gonna be sponsored by them. You kidding me? Anyway,
yeah, sponsored by Terramana.
Terramana.
Yeah, The Rock's tequila.
Oh.
Hold on. No, I'm staying away from that stuff. I don't know what that stuff.
I don't drink tequila. Sounds hard.
I mean, I
had a taste of it because my old roommate bought it because they were a huge mark for The Rock. I didn't enjoy it. I couldn't do the Terramana. I'll stick to my Fireball, my Honey Jack, Apple Jack Daniels drinks. The Terramana tequila, I couldn't do that.
That doesn't sound appealing to me at all. So it's like, nope.
I've always been a firm subscriber to you can't say that you don't like it unless you try it.
True.
So I figured give it a try. Terramana wasn't for me. Sorry, Dwayne.
All I know is when I was in Detroit, I took a spin, I took a shot. I don't need to have vodka. That's all I know. Blech.
I can't picture Noah drunk.
What? Me drunk? That'll be the day. Jeff talking about we will corrupt you when you come out to the West Coast. That's like, yeah, that'll be the day. Again,
my brother's here from Cali. He came back to handle some stuff, and I went out with him 2 nights ago. It was like 11 p.m. and it felt like 3 in the morning to me. It's just I'm old now, so going out drinking and all that. I was like, can we go home?
I'm
For
old
real.
now.
For real, like I can be up in here past midnight, 1 o'clock, and I can be okay-ish. You get me outside of these walls, I feel like it's 3, 4 in the morning at midnight. I'm like, nah, I'm too old for this shit.
I must be getting older because I woke up on a Saturday before it was freaking 9 a.m. and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Then I ended up going back to sleep for 3 hours. So I guess it was just weird circumstance. Then again, my birthday is literally 1 week from today. So who the hell knows what I'll be like when I'm 32? Good grief.
You sleep a lot, Noah.
I do, and I enjoy
you sleep
it.
a lot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sleep. You get Monday and Tuesday to sleep in yourself after work. You take naps on a Sunday afternoon and a Saturday afternoon, and then you sleep sporadically just to make sure you're functional enough to do work and watch TNA and AEW and Ring of Honor and New Japan Pro Wrestling, and sometimes be able to yell, professional wrestling, damn it! So, I mean, I balance it out when I can.
Because of JJ, I can't relax tomorrow. I have to watch Vengeance Day.
You agreed to the deal.
I know.
have to watch Impact longer than you had to watch NXT.
All I know is,
I got it for like a month and a half. You got it for roughly a month even.
and you need to believe in Joe Hendry.
He doesn't
We will
even
see if
trust
that
the
happens.
system.
Nobody trusts the system.
No,
Come on
even
now.
I agree with that. This system is flawed. I've never.
I'm talking about Moose's group.
Yeah, and it's flawed.
What did Moose's group do to you guys? You go hashtag. Did you not see what happened to Kushida because he didn't trust the system?
He didn't even mess with the system. The system screwed him. That's like the government. All right, I'm not trying to make this political. Let's go ahead and actually start the show because I just realized we've been bullshitting now for the last 20 minutes.
It's okay. Well, you got to deduct about 6 of it was the intro video.
Okay, so 14 minutes, but still, the bottom line, trust yourself more than you trust any damn system, AI ran or not.
Daniel says he doesn't trust the system. He'd rather shock the system.
Now that
that's a good one. That's a good one.
Got it.
All right, so let's go ahead and get into our first topic then.
NXT.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. Go ahead, man.
The first topic is regarding AEW and this coming week's Dynamite and the impending tag team championship match between Steen and Darby Allin versus Ricky Starks and Big Bill. And just kind of want to talk it over with everybody because Steen and Darby are undefeated. I really don't see them losing this match, but it almost kind of begs the question, why haven't they given them a title run sooner? Why did they wait this long to pull the trigger? Is it because they didn't want to continually job Steen out? And so having to have a match where he loses the titles and a match where he retires, it's like too many L's under his belt. It's kind of been going through my head because Steen and Darby have been a solid team. Why they haven't pulled the plug on them sooner, why they're waiting till now. It's pretty much written in stone that they're going to take this, I think. Noah, we'll start with you. What are your thoughts on Steen and Darby getting this opportunity now with literally like a month left in Steen's deal?
It's a bizarre circumstance, if you ask me, where I think AEW's like tag team history of champions, you think about FTR, you think about the Lucha Brothers, you think about Ricky Starks and Big Bill, and FTR, of course, who also got them back. You think about Jurassic Express, and the thing about Darby Allin and Sting, they've barely been involved in straight up tag team matches. Yes, they've been undefeated as a tag team, but more often than not, it's melees, it's brawls, it's 8-man, it's 6-man, you name it. It's weird though, but it's also, I think, humbling to think that this could be Sting's last championship accolade in his career, where you almost feel like Sting is endorsing who could be the next icon of what he was in WCW in AEW. And I think that truly is what Darby Allin brings out in Sting and vice versa. It was Darby Allin that brought Sting to AEW in the first place and said, you can do this. And arguably, Sting's had one of the best runs of his career, if not the most fun. And I recently got done watching No Surrender 2009. And I remember when he passed torch up to AJ Styles in the World Championship match. Spoiler alert, it was a 5-way. So it's odd to think that he can retire as tag champ this late. But it's also odd to think that this could be a reset again for the AEW tag team division. I don't even want to throw out a premonition of my worst speculation with the current Dynamite presentation of the tag team division. So I'm going to leave that there until the Revolution graphics official. But the thing is, Sting's never been pinned or submitted. Darby Allin has. But it's also, they made a tornado tag, so anything goes. It's right up Sting and Darby Allin's wheelhouse. it just feels weird for me that they're doing it right now, and it's almost like Ricky Starks, Big Bill, you had your moment, but we're giving the moment to Sting, even though I think they've been great tag champs. And it's one of those things now that Big Bill did something that he did with Ricky Starks he couldn't do with Enzo Amore. Think about that. I'm of two minds. I think Sting deserves it, but I don't think Ricky Starks should be the one to lose it when he's always had this up and down momentum. I can see Big Bill being the fall guy, but it's still weird to think that I could be seeing Sting as a tag team champion in 2024 for literally less than a month. Because regardless, win or lose, he's retiring. It's showtime for the last time. I honestly think if he wasn't retiring, this wouldn't be happening. This just feels like one last thank you to Sting. And what does it do for Darby Allin in the long haul when he's already a main guy in AEW? The only thing that's for sure about Darby Allin, he's going to throw his body into a barricade. So it's a weird situation.
Yeah, definitely. And to your point, I would say that Steen is on his best run since Joker Steen.
Yep.
Datilla, what are your thoughts about this?
Well, I'm so surprised that it's for their challenge for the tag titles. I wholly thought that it was going to be Sting versus Darby Allin, with Sting putting Darby Allin over. But
thank you.
Here we are. I don't know. Like Dwayne brought up, maybe the Bucks cost them the titles, maybe they don't. I kind of do. I'm kind of leaning towards Sting and Darby Allin winning here and then dropping them to the Bucks just based on the storyline that's going on.
God.
You know?
I know, Noah. I know.
They're talking about how Sting doesn't belong there. So I totally feel like they're going to, since they're heels, they're going to be like, oh, we not only did we retire Sting, we took the titles from them.
So. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it, but she literally took the words out of my mouth, JJ. Hey, Virtue, what's up?
What's up, Virtue? Good to see you, bro.
Stay tuned, folks, by the way, for the No DQ review right here on YouTube, courtesy of No DQ, the moderator Virtue. It'll be on Tuesday night because Vengeance Day will, of course, be holding the wrestling industry down for Sunday night. And Virtue, hope all is well. Have me down as a standby. Otherwise, I'll see you the Sunday after my birthday, bro, which is next weekend. Anyway, continue.
Walter, go ahead with you. What are your thoughts on Steen potentially getting this last championship run?
It's amazing to still see Sting in 2024. I think originally they might not have known how long he was going to actually be active. So originally that's probably why they didn't give him the titles. I don't know what the hell is the excuse now. What, two years later, three? What has it been? 2-3 years?
3, because he came at Winter in Coming when it freaking 2020.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe I think originally they weren't going to use him as often as they thought. But then, old man Sting went a little nuts and started wrestling and doing the jumps and things. So maybe they were like, oh, now it's time. But the other thing is Sting is pretty old school. The old school people tend to think looking at the lights is better for the industry in your last match. So maybe he won't even win the title. Maybe he has to lose, get his first loss, and then retire that way. Because he is kind of an old school mind. Because what is the point of winning the titles and then what? Vacant wins the title a month later, Vacant has won the most title victories of anybody in the history of any company. Vacant has been more time champion than anybody.
That's rigged. I don't care. The system is rigged.
Vacant's got Ric Flair.
The system is rigged, but Datilla wants us to trust the system.
I'm talking about Moose's faction here. Hashtag trust the system.
That's a different conversation, but continue, Walter.
Think back in 2000 WCW. How many times did Vacant win that title?
Vacant was champion more times in 2000 than any particular wrestler was.
Yeah, exactly. He had more wins than Goldberg.
So, I mean, it's interesting to see it, but yeah, I'm not truly convinced he's going to win just because of that old school mentality. I mean, I'm hoping because it would be nice to see him right off into the sunset with those titles, but it's like at the same time, yes, it's Sting. Yes, it's a legend, but you sort of devalue the title to make him leave that and then automatically go. Maybe it is a little better for him to lose to Big why can't I think of his name? I almost said Cass.
Big
Bill.
Bill.
Big Bill.
And
Yeah.
Ricky Starks.
Big Bill and Ricky Starks. Because it puts them over as better. The ones who actually put the one in Sting's undefeated streak. Like, you actually make two big stars by doing that. So I would rather go with the youth and have Sting lose on his way out, because I'm pretty sure Sting would be okay with that. And on top of that, you don't have to pin Sting. You can pin Darby and still win the match. And Sting can still go out looking strong.
Well, and likewise, you can pin Big Bill, and Ricky Starks still looks strong in defeat.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's who they're really trying to build on that side is Starks.
Exactly. He's been one of the OGs built out of AEW, and Collision has been his platform of growth and rise all the way to capturing the AEW tag titles in record time. Remember, they squashed FTR in less than 5 minutes after WrestleDream until FTR lost to Aussie Open, and they were damaged goods. It was a one-sided beatdown on behalf of FTR.
And before this union, Starks was on his way up. He was getting pushed pretty well on himself. But then the pairing happened. So Starks might be the star of the team.
Yeah, they took him in a different direction after going to war against Bryan Danielson in that strap match, and then another follow-up war after that. He's had a fair share of very unique showcases in Collision's history that has raised his stock in AEW. This tag title run, though, has raised both his and Big Bill's stock, and it's Big Bill's first tag title accolade. Again, he did it with somebody not named Enzo Amore. I'm just saying.
Thank you, Dwayne. You're awesome. You're more phenomenal.
Pun intended. But there's also one other thing we're not thinking about here, guys. What about Ric Flair? Does he maybe come into play in this and affect the result? Remember, he wants to go along for the ride all the way to the end. And this is Tornado Tag, which means that Madman could do something stupid.
The only ride Ric Flair needs to be on is in the limo. That's it.
Possible. I mean, you can, if there's one thing you can count on Ric Flair for, it's to be unpredictable.
Yeah.
You know, when it comes right down to it, and this may be a hot take, but I feel like Ricky Starks getting the tag titles was a consolation prize for not being able to finish the feud with Punk.
I agree.
And I'm going to lay this out. I hate that I have this gut feeling in my soul, but this is how I think things are going to go.
Go ahead.
I think the Bucks are going to come out Wednesday and help Steen and Darby win the titles. Hold on. That way their match at Revolution can be for the titles. The Bucks, as we all know, are selfish individuals. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. They help their enemy, Steen and Darby, get the gold. That way, not only are they retiring Steen, they're taking the gold too.
Ooh, the heat.
Think about this for a second, Noah. Who had the tag title opportunity anytime, anywhere originally?
I'm not saying their corporate names because I'm not signed by AEW, but it was the Bucks originally.
Okay. And because the Golden Jets got hot, they dumped them to them. Then Kenny got sidelined with diverticulitis. So what better way do you get the belts back to the original winners of that stipulation than to take them off of a retiring Sting? And then once Kenny comes back, the Golden Jets can then go against the Bucks for the title. titles.
Hey, run it back, but this time for the gold, and that's how you get the tag title to Chris Jericho. Because I think that could be Chris Jericho's last accolade in his career. Because I do think Chris Jericho is going to become a tag team champion before he's done. I think that was his original intent. To your point, I was calling for Kenny Omega and Chris Jericho to become tag champs this year. I was.
Thank you, Marshall. I appreciate that. And I hate that it makes so much sense in a wrestling landscape.
Yeah.
Because we all know, I don't think there's a one of us on this panel that is actually Young Buck fans. Maybe Dattila, not sure, but maybe. But I know the men on the panel are not fans of the Bucks. And if you'd like to hear Noah rant about the Young Bucks, that's a $10 super chat.
All right. First off, I am not the guy to play the role of Mr. Rant Extraordinaire. All right. And secondly, before they showed the dark side, I'm not talking about dark side of the ring, the dark side of their personality, I thought there was something. And then that madness happened. And then it continued. And then it continued. And it continued. Phenomenal athletes, but questionable morals for human beings. And right now, this corporate role and the synergy and the storytelling that you just laid out does make perfect sense to give them another run. I guess the only thing that could come from that is they put a young team over, but can I expect that? That's the thing.
Virtue makes a solid point here. At least the Bucks are being their prickish real selves on camera now.
True that. You fake what we are on the Twitter. Now you're seeing it firsthand.
I know, Darren. I know.
Well,
we can't use the joke of teleporting into the command center because Dattila's already here. But coming in now, joining everybody, we have the resident statistician, Stat Boy, in the house.
Hey, Mikey.
Hey.
Hello, my internet fans. Let me just say, the horror stories at a certain blue store are true. That's all I'll say for that.
Oh, I know what he's talking about. I used to work there. I see the dark side of the smile, the other side of it.
Oh, you just wait till I go back to my regular job. Rant coming, I promise.
Take every experience. Take every experience.
And that's not a spoiler or whatever. I screwed that up.
You're all blue today.
That's not a prediction. That's a spoiler. Where's the box graphic?
And Marshall, we don't rant for free around here, unfortunately. If you want to hear one of us get on our soapboxes and go on a diatribe, it costs money.
Yeah, like
because we run the risk of getting demonetized on this episode for using too foul a language. So we got to make up for it.
I didn't think I was that foul last night on my Chase U stance, and I still stand by it. So I mean.
Virtue apparently used to work at Kmart and Sears. I liked Kmart back in the day.
Hey!
Sears I was never a fan of, but Kmart, man, I loved me some Kmart.
I got a John Cena clock from Kmart. It's in my closet.
Right.
Kmart had the best ices. I always loved the little restaurant as soon as you walked in. I used to have the blue light internet. Sears is like, you want a washing machine, this is where you go first. I honestly don't even remember what else Sears was about besides appliances.
The photo studio.
There you go.
Taking family pictures. You went to Sears for tools and for photos.
JCPenney now
there you go. I was
going
to say I went to Sears for tools.
Right. JCPenney just does clothes instead of tools, and they have the full. And now we return to our regularly scheduled programming, not brought to you by Sears. JJ.
And Denford Tools. Stat Boy, I know you don't really follow AEW. Do you have anything that you'd like to say about the possibility of Sting getting one more championship run before his retirement at Revolution?
Hey, I mean, if it works and he's been a tag champion before, I don't really see the bad side about it. I mean, if they make him, drop the belt soon before his last match, That's one thing, or he can go out as champion. It's another. That's not. I think it's just good old TK giving us another WTF moment. Really, he's like, what else can I do to tick off the IWF? And I'm using so many damn abbreviations right now, LOL, that I'm just, I don't know what. But hey, I mean, it's not such a bad thing, you know. Let him have a little top of the mountain for one more time before he finally hangs it up. I say go for it.
What was his last tag title accolade? Is what I want to know.
Hold on, I'm on it. Stat Boy's work is never done.
Nope. I'd do something. I'm going to talk about that too on Wednesday. Anyway, I think the fair consensus, though, is that we think Sting deserves it, but I think we also know inevitably what may come from it at Revolution. Now, how you feel about it? Wait for the bell ring.
Pretty much.
I would say it was with TNA when he was with Kurt Angle.
Yep. That makes sense. Main Event Mafia.
Virtue says, what's weird is the blue store is the brown store in my area.
Guys,
the Walmart Supercenter. Yes.
I just thought of something. Tony Khan loves his tournaments. So if Sting rides off into the sunset and they vacate it, guess what's coming?
A tournament.
But what I think you're forgetting, Walter, is that Wednesday isn't going to be Sting's last match. So he can win the titles and he still has a month that he can drop them to somebody.
And you
it's
do got a
looking
good
like
theory
the
with
final match is going to be at Revolution against the Young Bucks. I mean, the Young Bucks.
That was
and
intentional.
You got a good theory about them. You got a good theory about them.
No, I bet that was Stat Boy approved. Damn.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, without a doubt.
You guys know how I feel about the Bucks. It rhymes with it.
Look, I'm just a simple man. I have to hold up to the decorum that is the commentary play-by-play position. So y'all can go on your diatribe all you want. But anyway,
yeah, all I'm gonna do is this. Our good buddy MJF can just echo my sentiment about the Bucks.
What are you, a fucking piece of shit?
Oh my God.
Oh, there's so much truth and context in that sentence for so many individuals in this industry and fans of it too.
So
anyway.
that about wraps that topic up. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take a commercial break. We're going to show everybody what they can see on Tuesdays inside the sports bar. And we will be right back in just a couple of minutes.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
You ever wanted to come into a sports bar where the barkeeps know their game? Well, the Jeff Beecham Network Multiverse of Media has got a production just for you. Sit down and relax as the Stat Boy and his partner break down the statistics in all things sports. Whether it's football, basketball, motorsports, baseball, hockey, soccer, professional wrestling, mixed martial arts, boxing, and much, much more. All are welcome. Your barkeeps here keep you up to date and in the know of everything going on in sports, while also having a pleasant conversation about it all. Your host and owner of the bar, Stat Boy Mike. His partner in crime, Story Lou, and a host of other guests coming in. The food's hot, the seats are warm, the drinks are ice cold, and the sports talk is plentiful. Casa D18 Studios presents Stat Boy Sports Bar. Take a bar stool and enjoy the show.
So, what I'm very proud of coming up this coming up weekend in the sports bar is our official Super Bowl 58 preview, because this weekend is the Pro Bowl and I usually skip it. I will touch about it, but we're focusing on the big game coming up a few days later on Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday, February 11th. And I'm very proud to announce and promote that we here in the multiverse of Jeff Meacham's world and all that, and I know I screwed that up, but it's our first, it's our first official non-wrestling sports watch along. And Noah Foster, I have you to thank for this as well too, because you have inspired me. I've wanted to do this, and it's finally going to happen Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday, 6 o'clock, from kickoff all the way to the final whistle. Myself and the stat crew and whoever else wants to come in is probably more than welcome. But we're going to do a Super Bowl 58 watch along. I cannot wait. I'm going to be doing the play-by-play just like you do, Noah Foster. I've been practicing. I've been rehearsing. And I want to be just like you when I grow up. And we're going to do this on the 11th. And I invite everybody to watch, comment, super chat. I can't promise that my feed will be synced up with yours, but we'll do our best. I'm very excited about this.
That's awesome. I can't wait.
For you. Yeah, we are very excited for you, man. I know how much you've been pestering Jeff and I for a while to do a sports watch along. And we constantly were telling him, if we're going to do it, it's got to be something big. It can't just be, the Dodgers versus the Astros in fucking preseason baseball. It's got to be something major. I was like, so what better to do than the fucking Super Bowl?
Damn it.
It's said very often, WrestleMania is the Super Bowl of professional wrestling. So what better to do than to do the Super Bowl? And if we do good numbers of this, maybe we'll start doing more things. Maybe we'll do the Stanley Cup Finals. Maybe we'll do the World Series. Maybe we'll do the NBA Finals. Maybe we'll do the Indy 500. We're not going to do every single game, every single week, because that's not going to happen.
That's ludicrous.
But if the numbers are good for this, then we very well might start featuring major sport event watch-alongs, at least on my channel, the Casa D18 Studios channel, and the Jeff Meacham Network, because those are the channels that usually broadcast Stat Boy Sports Bar. Any of the other channels in the multiverse, if you would like it to go out across it, let us know in the DMs. We can make that happen. Try and see if you guys get good ratings too. But we were just going to keep it to Jeff and my channel because we're the channels that host the sports bar every week. So
that makes sense to me.
Makes sense.
Wow.
Walter says he'll definitely watch and support.
Oh, thank you. I love it.
I'll watch and support too.
Oh.
If I'm not asleep, I'll stop by just to see what you're doing.
All right.
Matthew says, just wanted to pop in and say hi, had a rough day, including dealing with very toxic people that took away my passion of wrestling for the day. Grateful for everything you guys do. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Matthew. You're an awesome supporter of the channel. Don't let other people's opinions dictate how you feel about your passion.
Damn it. Protect your mentality. Be your own fan, because all that matters is your passion in the day. No one else can take that away from you unless you let them.
Daniel says he'll be watching your coverage instead of the Super Bowl on CBS.
Oh, shit. That's huge. Wow, man. Damn.
Says at least his Lions have next year.
Oh, here we go with the Detroit
Should be an interesting Super Bowl. It's a rematch, so.
Yep, 2000.
Yeah, from 4 years ago.
Yeah, from yeah.
Or 2020, yeah, that's right.
2020, there was a leap year. The Chiefs and the 49ers were in the Super Bowl, and Trump and Biden were in the presidential election. 2024, it's a leap year. The Chiefs and the 49ers are in the Super Bowl, and it's looking like another Trump and Biden election. Is this fucking Groundhog's Day? What the?
That was yesterday.
Hey, nobody go overseas and bring back no fucking COVID-19, because that started in 2022. Goddamn.
No one needs to think about that. Is all I gotta say. And I don't need a repeat of what my past was. I'm trying to move forward. All right. I don't want my birthday to be an endless cycle of 31. What the hell was 31? I want to see what 32 is.
And I can't even talk
NFL,
junk.
damn it.
It's like
I can't even talk junk because I got people from
Just
Kansas
keep
City
moving
watching.
forward.
And
yeah.
Darren
Oh yeah, no
G-
backwards.
And Darren G put up regarding the small botch.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Mikey!
Gotta be in there at least once. Gotta be in there at least once a week.
What was that about, if you don't mind me asking?
The
Different
for fuck's
Mikey.
sake,
That
Mikey.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was another Mikey on the show, name of Mikey T, the movie star, regular for the No DQ channel. And he went on this diatribe about how Natalia isn't a member of the Hart family because her last name is Neidhart, and she can't be compared to Charlotte Flair, whose last name is Flair. And by the end of it all, Jeff had just had enough and said the for fuck's sakes, Mikey. But because he doesn't say Mikey T or anything, we've been using it for this Mikey because let's just be honest, he warrants it at least once a show. As does Josh with his when he's on.
Shut the fuck up, Josh. I was in a mood that night too. I wasn't taking none of his bullshit.
Yeah, and if neither one of them are here, then we've always got this backup from my daughter.
What the fuck?
Oh wow.
And
That's
God bless
funny.
Natalie.
That's a funny story. But
I
Natty
will
is
still break a child's heart over somebody in WWE. I have no restrictions. Anyway.
But Natty is a heart.
I know she is, but he wasn't hearing it because her last name is Neidhart.
Dattila, I kid you not. It went on for 15 minutes. I was just sitting back reading my Mox book and eating Oreos while the world around me burned. It was ridiculous.
But she's a Neidhart because her mom is a sister of Bret Hart.
Exactly.
Ding, ding.
That was our
That's it.
point the entire time, Dattila. We're not going to go back down that rabbit hole of Wonderland. We got other shit to talk about.
Yeah, let's get back. Let's get back to the present day. Let's move through the worm. Let's move through the wormhole into the future. What is the next topic? And your guys' mind about that.
I love Virtue's comment there because I am curious what Josh thinks about that.
Mm-hmm.
So the next thing we're going to talk about is kind of our TNA topic for the week, but it goes back to the Women's Royal Rumble. You know, I wanted to talk about Jordynne Grace in the Rumble, you know, kind of touch on it one more time now that it's been a week later and we've had an impact and we've kind of seen footage of that on TNA broadcast. And then where some of the other people are kind of going, you know, we saw on SmackDown, Bayley made her decision. We also saw on SmackDown the two newest signees to the SmackDown roster. Naomi is official, and Tiffany Stratton is officially part of the Blue brand now, coming up from NXT.
Yeah.
I just kind of wanted to talk a little bit about some of the fallings out, the repercussions. Jade was getting entertained by Nick Aldis, but she's also going to show up on Raw to be entertained by Adam Pearce. Where do we think she's going to go? Just kind of the whole fallout from the Rumble. And I still personally feel that that was the match of the night.
Agree.
The men's Rumble, especially in hindsight, and we're going to get there a little bit later, really seems to have meant nothing. The Roman match was a Roman match.
Mm-hmm.
And the KO Logan Paul match, Logan Paul did Logan Paul things. But the women's match, it had the interpromotional branding. It had two of the brightest from my NXT. It had the return of Naomi. Yeah, it had the debut of Jade. I just feel like it presented more. And the final three, honestly, I don't think anybody would have predicted that Bayley, Jade Cargill, and Liv Morgan would have been the final three in the ring.
No.
So just the whole surprise factor of the finish. Statboy, we'll go ahead and start with you since you joined us last, and we'll kind of journey up here from you. What were your thoughts of Jordynne Grace? Because I know you don't watch TNA, so you had never really seen her before. How do you think she did in the ring? What are your thoughts of them using WWE footage on the TNA broadcast? And then what are your thoughts of Tiffany being called up to SmackDown? Where should Jade go? And anything else really from the Women's Rumble that stood out for you? I know that's a lot to digest. So.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, Jordynne Grace, she did a very good job. Very impressive.
I love the line on their commentary. She's got muscles in places you don't have places.
Pat McAfee, brilliant. That was brilliant.
Yeah.
Of course, this is the second time that the TNA Impact Women's Champion has been in the Royal Rumble. And just to give you the stats on her real quickly, if I do have them, which I do, she lasted, if I can bring that up real quick, because I should have had that. I should have had that up and ready to go.
Take your time, you're fine.
It's okay, bro.
No worries, that boy.
Brief, man. Brief.
She lasted 19 minutes and 10 seconds, but didn't eliminate anybody, as she was eliminated by Bianca Belair. It was great to see that TNA did it behind the scenes, just like WWE did. So could this be the potential of a proper forbidden door between the two of them? Yes, absolutely. To hear all the praise, praise is a positive thing. So, hey, good for you. I mean, if the door closes in Impact and you come over to WWE, hey, by all means, do it. I mean, I'm all for it. I would love to have her on the roster as all that. As far as Bayley and Damage Control, you kind of saw that coming because, especially with what happened on SmackDown, Bayley calling out Damage Control in Japanese, very well done. Whoever wrote that was a genius. So I do want to see face Bayley, but I don't want to see hugger Bayley. She's past the hugger stuff. It was a great gimmick. It ran its course. Bayley going around saying, I don't want her to play the arrogant. I don't want her to be the arrogant face. I just want her to be, I'm the best. And I don't see Io having very many title reigns. I think the Kabuki Warriors are going to do more than Io will ever do. I mean, Asuka's a 4-time women's champion, for goodness sake. So hey, everything's going up for Bayley. I wouldn't have seen Bayley versus Rhea. So I think it's going to go Rhea versus Nia in that sense. But the women just can't. They're beyond Mount Olympus at this point. They just keep going. They're going into the upper stratosphere and then some. keep doing you, ladies. Keep doing you. That's all I can say on that.
Okay. I mean, I completely agree with what you said about the way they executed the whole Japanese thing. I thought was just amazing.
Oh yeah,
Bailey taking that shot at her. I agree to a certain extent about the hugger. Like, I'd like for her to come out the first week and do the hug thing, and then just kind of leave it alone after that, because I think that would be a good way to remind people that she is now a face. Maybe even plant Izzy Moreno in the crowd from the old NXT days to just have that moment.
It almost was like Godfather 2. I knew it was you, Fredo. I knew it was you. I know you guys were talking about me. Loved it.
Walter, go ahead with your thoughts.
In terms of Jordan Grace, Big Mama Pump, it was good to see her in the Rumble. And I did love that line as well about she has muscle in places you don't have places. And it was good to see them. But, according to Triple H, we can't say Forbidden Door. It's a stupid term, I guess, to him. So I would say if this opens the door for a union of some sort, or, switching talents back and forth. And I love that they didn't hide the past, because, of course, we know she beat Naomi for that Knockouts Championship, and they mentioned it, and they had that face off. They hugged and immediately started going at it back and forth. So they didn't run from the TNA history. How many times have they said TNA during that Rumble? Like, I've heard the initials TNA in the Rumble in WWE in those 5 minutes than you would hear in those 10 minutes that they were interacting in years. Like, you never hear them acknowledge TNA. Look at AJ Styles. They act like he didn't exist in TNA before. They never mentioned TNA when he was wrestling, or that he's a champion here or a champion there. They never mentioned it. Mm-hmm. So it's good to see that. In terms of where people belong, now my girl Jade, I want to see her on SmackDown, because I want the WrestleMania Bianca Belair versus Jade. So I need to see her on SmackDown. However, with the amount of people that signed to SmackDown, I'm assuming her and Braun Breaker are going to sign with Raw. I think that was just a tease with the Braun Breaker SmackDown thing. I think he's going to end up signing on Raw so that he can fight Gunther and win the IC title and immediately become a bigger star at WrestleMania. I think it's going to be Gunther versus Breaker at WrestleMania 40. And I'm looking forward to seeing that. That's just two big dudes going at it. And hell, I'm really looking forward to that match if they book that. In terms of the men's Rumble, what was the point of that if he was just going to give his spot? However, I don't feel bad for Cody. If you guys actually don't think he's going to get rewarded for doing this and stepping aside, you guys don't know how the business works. This dude's going to get rewarded with a great title run. They're probably going to add an MSG show, and he's going to win it right there in MSG.
Let's hold off on the Cody in the men's Rumble stuff. That's not what we're talking about right now.
All right. No, we were just talking about the women, right? And So, all right. Tiffany is now officially part of SmackDown, so I see it. So SmackDown signed quite a few people, and it seems like that's more like their flagship show and their A show with the amount of people that signed to SmackDown, basically, which is why I think Breaker and Jade are going to go to Raw, and I'm here for it. So we'll see what happens, but I'm happy for them. And if TNA can start, if WWE gives them permission to start using more footage in WWE and they start interacting with one another, with that, TNA, we all said it, and Noah says it especially, has the best women's division. I know it's called the Knockout, but they have the best women's division for everybody. So if you start interacting with the women's division from the WWE with TNA, I mean, there's nowhere to go but up. You talk about an evolution. We saw an evolution a few years ago. That's an evolution. Imagine a full evolution again, all women's pay-per-view, and you include TNA women with it. That I'm all for that. That would be a crazy kind of PLE. An evolution of all women matches, and you include the TNA roster. Like, somebody in WWE watches our shows because they like to steal our ideas. Steal that one. Give me an evolution with TNA and WWE women, all women's PLE. Steal that idea.
Well, now that we've thrown it out there, they probably will.
I know, right?
In
3 months, we'll see that announcement.
Even though I'm still kind of new back to TNA, I do admit and acknowledge from the watch-alongs that I did with Noah that their Knockouts division is the best women's division in the States. My NXT is number 2. And it's between WWE and AEW as far as number 3. You know,
in other words, get your shit together.
AEW has got a good division. They don't know how to book them. WWE's got a good division, but they only know how to book certain people.
Yep.
That's true.
And both TNA and WWE are seriously suffering in their tag division for the women's. If you want to hear Noah rant about the WWE women's tag division, that's a $10 super chat.
Guy.
What I was telling Datilla, if we merged the WWE women's tag division with the Knockouts tag division, considering the hit that they've taken recently, we could have some serious shit going on.
Exactly.
Like the possibility of Decay versus Chelsea and Piper.
Who's that?
Who is that?
That's not me. I just want to mute.
It might have been
I muted
Mike
myself.
coming back in the room.
I think I said it during you, JJ, and Datilla's review of NXT. The future of the women's division with the NXT is in great hands. Like, if you look at that women's roster, the future is looking real bright for the women's division.
Mm-hmm. Datilla, we'll go ahead and go to you next, and then we'll let Noah close us out on this one.
Jordan Grace, I think she did a fantastic job. She had a tremendous showing. Love the spot with Trinity. It was music to my ears to hear 40,000 people chanting TNA, TNA. It helped that they were in Florida too, which was the original home of TNA. So that really warmed my heart. My thing is, though, she got eliminated by Bianca. So to me, it's kind of like, I'm not sure what that point of that is. If they're not gonna follow up with that, I wouldn't have minded if Trinity eliminated her just because of their history. She beat her twice. She took the title off of her and then successfully defended the title against her. So, Jordan Grace did fantastic. She did fantastic, and if this leads to AJ Styles finally showing up in TNA, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Like have him show up on TNA and have him take on Josh Alexander. That is a dream match of mine. I cannot wait. Cannot wait for that.
Careful that you're going to start fantasy booking TNA versus WWE, and we haven't had any official announcement yet. Calm down.
I know. I'm just saying, like, that's just a fantasy of mine.
Fair enough.
As far as Tiffany Stratton, I think she did a really good job on SmackDown. I was so surprised that so many people were being signed to SmackDown. You had that tease with Braun Breaker potentially signing to Raw. Trinity signed with SmackDown. She's back. So, it's really good to see that. And what was the next part of the question after that?
It was Jordan Grace. It was Tiffany Stratton. It was Jade Cargill. And anything else as far as the Women's Rumble?
Jade Cargill, I will say this, looked like a star in the Rumble. She did fantastic as well. And I really love that tease with Bianca Belair. And like Walter said, give me Jade. Give me Jade versus Bianca Belair. I would love to see that match. So, I thought Jade was going to Raw. Didn't they say she was supposed to go to Raw? And she showed up to SmackDown. So
they said that she's going to come to Raw on Monday night, but they haven't said where she's going yet.
Okay, yeah, and I do believe in Joe Henry. He's asked, Darren G's asking if we believe in Joe Henry. I believe
Damn
in Joe
right
Henry.
we do.
No one believes in Joe Henry. I don't know about Walter and Sapboy. I know JJ doesn't believe in Joe Henry.
Let's not go off topic unless there's a super chat. Remember, folks, you want to into the conversation.
Joe Henry, though. You want me to ignore a chat about Joe Henry?
Say his name and he appears, and the rest is always as it goes. But again, we're focusing on women in wrestling.
But women are, I think, you hear me and Noah always say the Knockouts division is the best in women's wrestling, and they are. They've proven it time and time again why they are the best. And I think from what I've been watching in NXT, thanks to you, JJ, I can see why NXT's second. AEW, I feel like now is slowly starting to improve their women's division. We're getting apparently we had 2 matches on Collision. I'm really liking what they're doing with Deonna Purrazzo. So they're slowly starting to get better. WWE, I think, is still kind of struggling in some aspects, but the future is bright for women's wrestling.
I think the place where WWE is struggling is that in allowing people to have lengthy title reigns, they're allowing champions to become stale.
Yeah.
Io's had the title since SummerSlam. Granted, she's been a fighting champion, but that's, 6 months. She'll probably lose it to Bayley at Mania, and that's fine, but that's another 2 months away. That's an 8-month title reign. Rhea's held the belt since Mania. She's almost had it a full year, and she's been on the Roman Reigns schedule, where she's barely defended it on top of that. Her reign has gotten stale. Love Rhea, but her reign has gotten stale. You've got all these women in the locker room, whether they're Chelsea Green, Piper Niven, Bianca Belair, Becky Lynch, Nia Jax, Indy Hartwell. You've got Ivy Nile now. You've got Candice LeRae. You've got Kaden and Katana. You've got the Kabuki Warriors who now have tag gold. You've now got Jade on the roster. There's others that I'm forgetting and not naming, but I named off probably damn near a dozen women that could be getting serious title pushes or even have a couple of runs in there. Honestly, I don't think there's any reason Trish shouldn't have had one more run while we had her for that time last year. Trish should have had a run with the belt and then lost it to somebody to help put over the new generation. But that's the biggest issue for me across the board right now, kind of in all companies. Maybe not TNA because I don't think they do that as much there, but definitely as far as AEW and WWE go is, excuse me, we kind of wanted these longer title runs where belts weren't being hot potatoed. And now we're getting that, and it's like, but every championship reign doesn't have to be that. We've been talking about it for the better part of a year now. I see you, Walter. We've been talking about it for the better part of a year now. Once Roman loses, whoever dethrones him, their title reign isn't going to mean diddly shit because there's no way he's holding a 3.5-year run.
Mm-hmm.
Odds are that whoever dethrones Roman Reigns is going to have a 3 to 6 month run. Then it's like, well, why the fuck did we take it off of Roman? Yep. So you've got to balance these title reigns and have runs that go for a while, that make sense to go for a while and then end, instead of backing yourself up against a wall. Gunther, I think, is in a prime position right now. He needs to Ultimate Warrior this shit. 600 plus days a champion. He needs to walk into WrestleMania and challenge somebody for the title and fucking pull a Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 6.
That's what I would say.
I've been saying it for a minute too. I don't know how we get there with where we are in the title picture, and we'll get to those in our next topics. But getting back to the women, we've had almost a year and an 8-month run by the time we get to Mania. And for what? Bianca, when she lost the title, was like a month away from being the longest reigning African-American champion in WWE history. She was coming up on the New Day's tag records. And if she had passed that, she would have been the longest reigning African-American champion in WWE history. She was about a month away. And they took the belt from her. That would have made history. And then she could have lost it to the cash-in. Rhea should have dropped the title by now. I would have had her lose it at Survivor Series or at the Rumble, and she could have won it back in Australia. Win the belt in your home country. You know, dump it to Ivy Nile on the day one Raw. Win it back from her in Perth, Australia. And then move it to whoever you want to move it to at WrestleMania. Then there would have been that month-and-a-half hiccup in the reign, and she would have had that huge moment in her home country. I'm just saying, like, there's no reason for every championship reign to be a marathon run. And you're getting blocked just because of your username. Have a good day, sir. Walter, you had your hand up, and then we're going to go to Noah to finish this out.
I just wanted to add, when you talked about Trish, I really thought they were going to give Trish and Lita, when they first came back, like a little tag run. Like, it would have been some nostalgic, good feeling to see those two. At least one of them win the women's title, or if not, they could have won the tag titles together. Just as one more thing. But everything you just said, I agree with, because, you know, Rhea, you just mentioned Rhea would have got, she's going to get the face pop in Australia anyways. So you might as well have just had her lose the title, regain it, and gave them a reason to pop. You know what I mean?
And as far as Jordan Grace, going back to that, you know, so I can get my point in before Noah takes it home, because I really want him to end this. I think I said it on my show on Friday. Datilla, you were there. You can confirm if you heard this. I've not been the kindest person to Jordan Grace in the past, because of the stuff that she said regarding Chris Benoit not being able to hang with today's stars, and because of the bitching and moaning she did about the way TK was handling Jonathan Gresham, her husband. But seeing her in the Rumble, watching her make that history, and then watching some of the interviews she did post-Rumble, I gained a whole new respect for her. She came off as very, very humble in some of those interviews, and it definitely helped to change my opinion when it comes to her. I'm happy for Tiffany. You know, again, been saying it for the better part of the year. When she first got the belt, I was not sure about Tiffany Stratton as the NXT Women's Champion. But she made a believer out of me. I believe in Tiffany Stratton, but I don't believe in Jordan Grace.
Blasphemy! You just had to go there. Huh?
Blasphemy!
That's blasphemy. I agree with Noah. That's blasphemy.
But, you know, she for real. I mean, I did that for the haha, but she did make a believer out of me with her work ethic. Because on the surface, She looks like a blonde hair, blue eyes, fake tittied diva from the early 2000s Attitude Era. That is nothing but tits and ass. But you watch her in the ring, and she can work. She's got a good work ethic. She's got a moonsault that rivals the Fallen Angels, as it is basically his moonsault that she stole. The best moonsault ever, the prettiest moonsault ever. It's the air and the rotation she gets is just amazing on that. And then, of course, my girl Jade. As good as she looked in blue, and as much as she would be perfect on the blue brand, I kind of want her to go to Raw to start. And I want her to go to Raw to start because if we're being honest, with the exception of Becky, Nia, and Rhea, the rest of the Raw Women's division is pretty much jobbers. And that'll give her some people that she can work with and basically have some good squash matches, but have them against people that can work good matches, like Natalya, like Candice, like Indy, to kind of build her stuff up so that when the draft comes around, they can move her to SmackDown. And then we can have her step up with the Baileys, the Asukas, the Biancas, the Charlottes when she comes back. Because that seems to be where all the main event women's talent is on SmackDown. Put Jade and Bianca together as a tag team, but we don't want to do it just yet. We need to give Jade a little bit of experience on the roster before we go there. At least that's my thoughts on it. Mikey, I saw your hand up, and then we'll go to Noah.
How was Jade as a tag team wrestler?
She never really had tag team matches. Maybe a few in AEW, but most of her matches were basically Goldberg WCW matches. That's why she got the nickname of Jadeberg by a lot of the hater fans. Her matches were like 5 minutes or less. Very simple, couple of power moves, jaded, done.
Okay.
She was in AEW. She was all bark, no bite.
Good way to put it.
You know, WWE. We've already seen with the videos that have come out on social media of her working in the Dungeon 2.0. That she's getting those reps in. She is stepping her shit up because she knows she has to. And she put on a good performance in the Rumble. She definitely got knocked loopy there early on. She got checked up on. They got her back up and working, and she started nailing her spots like she was supposed to. But I feel like she needs to do kind of what they did in AEW with the Raw roster before they move her to the main caliber talent. And let her work and just beat the shit out of Candice, Indy. As much as I love her, Natalya, because Natalya is one of the trainers in the Dungeon, you know, the two of them can probably put on a hell of a match. And then move up to the Beckys, the Nias, the Rheas, etc. Noah, it is all you, good sir.
What do you want me to start? All right, women in wrestling. Well, I will say this. In the short history and the inception of the Women's Royal Rumble, that is the best damn Women's Royal Rumble to date. Not only did it focus on current presentation of the rising, developing, progressive talent in the women's wrestling industry today in and out of WWE. It blurred the lines that WWE is willing to coexist with other companies versus being closed-minded. There's so many damn potential matches I can see with Jordynne Grace. What a phenomenal performance, by the way. Yes, Ivy Nile's right up there. And Ivy Nile, Jordynne Grace, I just want to see which one of them could hold a woman up vertically stalling the longest. I was just awed like Natalya. Natalya, locker room leader for generations. Jordynne Grace, she has been the juggernaut. She has been a force to be reckoned with, founded and made in Impact Wrestling and TNA. Bianca Belair was one of the most ridiculous Impact eliminations I've ever seen. Definitely give me the EST versus the Juggernaut for that title. I think that would be an incredible marquee match as well. And then
if I may real quick, since you brought that up, was one of the things that Jordan was talking about in the interviews is finding out that Bianca had never done that spot on the apron before. And they tried it a couple times before the show and at the PC, and it just wasn't working right. But because Bianca had never hit that spot before, Jordan wanted to try and do something special. So she told Bianca to go for it anyways, and if it doesn't look like it's going to work right, we'll ad-lib something else. One of the ways and reasons why I started to change my opinion on her.
There you go. Enough said. But yeah, Jordynne Grace, phenomenal performance. I hope to see more inception of the TNA knockouts in an in-ring competitive standpoint with the top stars and the rising talent of WWE. Because again, the knockouts division is where it's at, whether it's tag or singles. You got this dynamic of power with Jody Fred and Denny Luda taking on the former tag champs in Killer Kelly. And Masha Slammers, who of course are going to have to decay in Rosemary Jessica Havoc at No Surrender. Then you got the Shot Tourage that can also be a force to reckon with. It's a Shell looks to go double gold, as she will be challenging for the Knockouts World Championship against Jordynne Grace at No Surrender.
That's going to be great.
Yeah, damn right.
I don't think she's winning, and it hurts me to say that, but I don't think she's winning.
You know, it's one of those things where suspension of disbelief could really surprise this new era of TNA, but you might be onto something. As far as other performers in the Royal Rumble that were standouts for me, Chelsea Green had the perfect balance of longevity and hilarity. MVP for taking that much punishment full on physically from her own tag partner. I love me a hot mess. She was so damn fucking brilliant. My gosh. So thank you, Chelsea Green. As far as the people that rose up from NXT and were involved in this, Roxanne Perez, okay, that was another thing. She wasn't necessarily showing her darker side, which I think we will see at Vengeance Day. But I think she is soon on her way to the main roster if the Cora Jade plan that I was talking about and predicting doesn't come into play. Jade Cargill, they made her look like a mega star like LA Knight. Yeah. There you go. Eliminating the biggest threat in Nia Jax that was in that field and making it out to the final three. Proves how much stock they're putting into her in-ring presentation and showing. I absolutely love that. And as far as other performers, again, it's one of those things where I'm glad that Morgan was there to be number 30. A very, sympathetic spot to see somebody return because wasn't sure if she was going to come back. And Bayley was the right call. She was the last of the 4 original children of my NXT. Triple H's daughter of NXT yet to win this. She's been kind of like just there in the WWE ecosystem, has not had her moment since WrestleMania 33. If you know, you know, because 36 is basically a blur to everybody. Because it was for nobody, but WWE's biggest fan. And no one gives a shit about that. And she's finally got a chance now to have her big moment in a singles match in front of everybody. Blurring the lines between heel and face, kind of like Jericho, at WrestleMania 40. And I think it's going to be a very fun match. I think it's going to be a fair match. And I think that she's going to get her moment. I'm just going to leave it at that. But overall, the perception of women in wrestling was raised by the WWE Women's Royal Rumble more than I've seen in a long time in WWE as a whole. You literally listed the companies as far as their potential and quality in booking as far as what I believe. Again, outside Stardom, which is the worldwide standard for 11 years now in international women's professional wrestling. That's why Julia is such a hot commodity, just saying. TNA has always been the leader, the breakout, the alternative for a woman to be what they wish to be, not just what Vince McMahon believes men wanted to see. And also, like I said, AEW has a potential, but Tony Khan, you fucking curly madman, book him better. You're giving us 2 matches on Collision. What's stopping you from doing it on Dynamite? I'm just saying. And Ring of Honor, you have more depth, but you need a bigger stage. And I think Ring of Honor almost matters more than the women's division, and that's backwards in my opinion. NXT, with Ava Raine even as general manager, NXT has incredible promise potential in the quantity that they're cultivating. Because at the end of the day, NXT is developmental. They are building, as it should be. And why WWE has quite a large quantity, the quality of booking is so minute that you're putting every woman that you can't figure out how to do as a single star in a tag team. Can they coexist? Can they become tag champs? Who gets the fuck? So at the end of the day, the perception of women's wrestling was definitely raised to a different level. And I think a bigger game was brought in this year's Women's Royal Rumble, unlike any Royal Rumbles for the women in the past. And I'm kind of glad it didn't have really a legend spot, because when you're looking at the present day product, you want to focus more on what you're building and what you have built. And it was a first, and they did that. I really enjoyed that. I mean, heck, Michelle McCool didn't even steal a spot. But anyway, it's one of those things where I am curious now where Jay will go and what's next for her. I'm pretty sure JJ was having a moment along with Walter when he had the face-to-face of that bitch versus the EST. If that's not on the WrestleMania marquee, I would be absolutely shocked. Just saying. And Braun Breaker, good for him. He's on SmackDown, but focus on women. Tiffany Stratton, again, stand out from last year NXT. Surprised the hell out of me. And also the humbleness to know that she wasn't ready at the time. Wanted to continue building herself. That respect. I'm very curious to see what she does in the SmackDown roster. And why Naomi left the Land of Giants to go find herself and a new glow in TNA, it's nice to see her come back home with open arms in a much better light. So, again, we'll see what happens with the other ones as far as Braun Breaker and Jade Cargill, and I'm sure there'll be another call-up or two after WrestleMania if previous industry history dictates. But bottom line, Women's Royal Rumble was done incredibly well, and I hope to see even more company involvement and outreach and presentation and inclusion at next year's. But I'm definitely much more optimistic to see things like Killer Kelly versus Rhea Ripley, Jordan Grace versus Ivy Nile, Chelsea Green and Michelle Shaw, just because I think that would be rather entertaining. I think there's a lot of real potential in seeing a crossover with TNA and WWE's women's divisions. And at the end of the day, both companies will benefit. And who knows? Time heals all wounds. Maybe this will mend bridges with Gail Kim and the WWE, since the former prosecutors of the injustice to her are no longer in the picture, it seems. But incredible job by WWE, and TNA keeps leading.
Didn't they already do a storyline with Giselle Shaw and Chelsea Green? They didn't face each other though, huh? She just got involved in the tag team?
Yeah, I think they were like, well, again, she's the Black Widow or self-professed
when she was the Black Widow?
Yeah, no, she's not. Tara is, for us Victoria, and the fact she's not in the fucking Hall of Fame still pisses me off. But anyway.
I said self-claim. She's calling herself the Black Widow.
Yeah, Black Widow, my ass. She was not copyright. Copyright claim. That copyright claim. Copyright.
Okay, Noah.
You guys.
Okay.
I'm fine. Don't get me started on Lisa Von Marie. Now that was a standout. She was the bitch in the Divas era. That's why she broke people like Trish. But anyway, like I said, women's wrestling, respect it, love it, continue to elevate it. Tony Khan, get your shit together. You better deliver on promise at Revolution.
I hope Deanna wins.
You and me both.
Make that three of us. Make that three of us.
I love
Make that three of us. As much as I love Timeless Tony, I would like to see Deanna get that one. Yes, Walter.
I just wanted to ask, because Noah just mentioned it. Are you guys surprised they didn't wait till after Mania to do these call-ups? Like, I'm kind of shocked that they did this many prior. So, like, is it the injuries or the changes to WrestleMania that's kind of forcing their hands, or was all this planned already?
It's one of those things where I think it's just circumstantial at this point. But again, I think right now with just everything going on in the ecosystem, they might be moving forward with the agenda originally planned to build for that, to your point. I mean, hell, Meacham had a freaking bitch slap spot that was more time put in than Tiffany Stratton's debut match. So, again, I think it's just one of those circumstantial times that they just pushed it faster than originally expected with what they're facing. And again, this year, you got the TV deals. All right. Are you going to deliver on them? Well, here we go. Timothy Strand, welcome to SmackDown. So, again, I think they're just pushing the agenda faster because I think WWE is exceeding quicker in their business strategy than I think originally anticipated. So, hit the iron while the iron's hot, preheat the iron, and then hit it, I guess. It is an interesting question. And by the way, real quick, Darren, you're fine, but I'm just the guy trying to keep this show rolling the right way because, for once, we have a very structured panel tonight without a young boy causing chaos. Anyway.
Guilty.
JJ, clip me, please.
Well, I think it's funny that everybody, both on the panel here and in the chat room, seem to now be like clamoring for a Multiverse United Win Worlds Collide type of thing. Because coming soon.
What?
I want us to book one.
Oh.
Interesting.
I want us to book one. We've done a few fantasy booking shows in the past. And James has proposed us to fantasy book next year's WrestleMania also, which we'll probably do the open mic night the week after Mania. That way we kind of see where the chips fall from this year's Mania before we look to next year. And we still have like a whole year out to book it. But I'm thinking sometime this month when we have a slow week, this is going to be our show. And we all present our cards for an open mic night Worlds Collide.
Oh, that should be
Pulling
fine.
from stars from Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and Impact to book. We'll go ahead and we'll do a 2-night show. That way it can be Worlds Collide / Multiverse United. Because I feel like there's enough matches that we would like to see that trying to do it on one night would be too hard.
And too much.
So doing 2 nights would be easier.
Yeah. Right. Well, again, it's probably my kryptonite, but I'm always game to try anything at the end of the day. So, all right, that sounds interesting.
I mean, you just sat here in your diatribe and rattled off 3 women's fantasy matches you'd like to see.
True,
You're already on your way.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But that's women matches. More women matches than most shows book in a single night unless you're TNA. But, yeah. All right, we'll see what that leads to. I'm intrigued. But anyway, I'm done. Bottom line, respect women's professional wrestling now and forever. Appreciate what the then did, but we don't need to constantly rely on the then to try and be in the now to create what's ahead. Because the only way you're going to rise or die is if you give what is now a chance to shine.
I was
you know
gonna
what,
say,
Daniel? Hold on a second. You know what, Daniel? I will discuss that with Jeff. And we may go ahead and allow some of you guys from the chat room to submit your card to us, and we'll read it off.
That sounds interesting. Yeah, I like that idea, actually.
Emmanuel, thank you for popping in. Still at his cousin's kid's baptism party. Hope to see me Monday with the week review. So Arlene's not going to be super chatting for Noah to do the Macarena in his pajamas, Walter? Just wanted to throw that out there, so if Arlene still wants to get that in so that she can come back and watch it on demand, I know her precious Noah would love to do that for her.
Stop it, JJ. You gave me the best topic in a long time at open mic night, and now you're raising my ire.
That's my job. Stop it.
Always got me. Stop it. Always got me. Stop it. Ah!
We love you.
Hey, I was raising the ire of Renegade a lot before I met you guys.
I never ranted before in my life before being a part of this multiverse of media.
And now it's a regular occurrence for you, Noah.
You know,
Emmanuel, because of how embarrassing it is, we were saying $50 for that one. 20 to my channel, 20 to Jeff's channel, 10 to Greg's channel.
Yeah,
spread the love out.
The best and the worst in me. I'm living out my fantasies of calling the best professional wrestling and best sports team and commentary, and then you all reduce my dignity for this monetary showcasing. Bullshit.
I've only done it once.
You know what? I have pajama pants on, so you do $75. I'll join Noah.
Oh God!
Damn. Okay.
What the fuck's happening here? Multiverse Macarena? What the fuck's happening?
I don't know. I forgot it, Denzel Macarena.
Some of that kind of I don't remember what it is. There's some
Ultra's
like
sitting there doing it on the couch.
It was gibberish. The freaking gibberish. That's not even words. There's not even words to that. That's like how the hell you make
there are.
Yeah, there are words. It's
you guys realize
you've got Noah.
Freaking nonsensical music industry. Don't know a damn original idea. Hit them in the face.
Noah, you got two Spanish-speaking speakers in the room.
Yeah,
there are lyrics to the Macarena, and they can translate.
What?
And it's not what you think. It's kind of bad. It's about her being
a cheater.
Promiscuous. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, you know, Jezebel's go even nowadays from Bible times. Who the fuck knew? Anyway.
Philip, were you going to say something else?
I was just going to say, I would love for Matthew Raywall to be calling that Deonna Purrazzo match. I always appreciated his commentary.
Yes. I literally saw the Drama King himself enter into the world of TNA alongside the Virtuoso and his debut, where they became Homecoming King and Queen in that next
I
tournament.
remember that. When they became Homecoming King and Queen.
Still one of my favorite matches I ever saw live to this day. The Virtuoso. Deonna Purrazzo defended the Knockouts World Championship as Kristen at the time against a surprising Thunder Rosa. I did not expect to see that. That was fucking awesome.
That was a good match, though. If you haven't seen it, you should all check it out. That was a really
don't worry.
great match.
You know TNA Wrestling's Twitter will be all over any moment that connects former TNA talent, especially in AEW. I mean, hell, they freaking shared Taya Valkyrie and freaking Deonna Purrazzo's matches over the AAA Reina de Reinas Championship. And they literally went back to back.
That social media guy is quick. He's on it. He's on point.
Well, speaking of being on point, let's go ahead and give the show back to the moderator.
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and throw to another commercial break here. Take a look at all the upcoming watch-alongs we've got scheduled across the multiverse, beginning with tomorrow's Vengeance Day
why are you gonna remind
and
me?
going all the way through the Bash in Berlin. Just what we know about right now. We will be right back.
Was my...
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
All the wrestling, the professional wrestling, damn it, and sports entertainment.
And of course, we've also added this week's AEW Dynamite to that as well.
Yes!
Be going live starting at 4:45 Pacific, 7:45 Eastern, with, like we were discussing earlier, the potential of Sting's final championship reign kicking off here we felt it was right to do a watch long for this, call the action, potentially call Steen winning his first and only AEW championship. Plus, we've got Swerve and Hangman 3. Plus, we've got Jericho Takeshita. Plus, Tony Khan is making an announcement. Whoop-de-freaking-do.
That I will rant about for free, but I'm not trying to make the show go longer. I'll also go to say this. There's one more match not out of that graphic, thanks to Collision. It will be Red Velvet stirring it up with Timeless Tony Storm with the Virtuosa on commentary. And again, folks, made official for AEW Revolution, in case you don't know, there will be a Timeless Tony Storm defending the AEW Women's World Championship against Deonna Purrazzo. 2020.
Long may she fucking reign.
You're damn right!
I'll rant that Swerve versus Hangman shouldn't have to be happening a third fucking time. It's so stupid.
Oh, Arlie came in.
Nothing. There's nothing. We're going to go to our topic now as we're talking about wrestling.
The deal, Arlene, is that for $50 in super chats, 20 to my channel, 20 to Jeff's, and 10 to Greg's, Noah will do the Macarena in his pajamas.
Fuck you, Chase U. You made me rant about that shit.
Chase U? And you know what? The money that I received from the donation...
budget that any low-form online community college does not deserve to be on my freaking television screen. It is not a real accredited institution. Damn it!
Is it one of those pay-for colleges that scam you?
It's a scam, Art. I tell you, it's a scam.
The money that I received for this is going to go just to make Noah even more pissed off to the Chase U calendar.
The ladies of Chase U?
Yep. But anyways, so the next topic we're going to discuss about. So the next topic is basically 3A, 3B for our main event because it all has to surround the same thing. Cody Rhodes winning the Rumble, comes out on Raw. Seth gives this impeccable promo trying to convince Cody that he should go after the World Heavyweight title, the working man's title, the blue collar title, the Dusty Rhodes title, as opposed to going for the Hollywood title, the political title, the Hogan title, the title where the champion only defends it once every 100 days anyways. So we're going to focus on this portion of it right now. We're going to get to the second portion in a moment. Does Cody's story now run through Seth freaking Rollins? Noah's already turned his back on us, taken his glasses off.
No, not gonna do it tonight. Not gonna do it. No.
And I understand to a point why he's doing it because, to an extent, we've all been saying for the better part of a year and a half, Cody needs to dethrone Roman at WrestleMania. It should have happened last year at Mania 39 at SoFi Field, where Dattila was there and Jeff was there, and it didn't. And then it got set up for this year, and Cody, traveled through the roads, and he fought Brock Lesnar in a best-of-3 series and was endorsed by the Beast, won the Rumble again. And now it looks like we're taking a detour. And a lot of people seem to be upset about this.
Oh, yeah.
I'm seeing a mixed reaction online, but definitely more negative than positive. But at the same time, the match we're getting on the other end of things which is going to be the second part of what we discussed. So let's try not to get too far ahead of ourselves.
All right.
But the match on the other side of things is something we've wanted since at least WrestleMania 39, if not before that. So we're finally getting that, interfamilial match that we've wanted. And now people seem to be pissed about it.
Exactly.
Attila, you have your hand up. I was going to let you start anyways. Go ahead.
Ladies, you're going to let me start? Oh.
I was. Because I let Noah start the first topic, and I started with Mikey for the second one. So I was going to go to you and then let Walter start the last one.
I just, real quick, did anybody read all the stuff that came out today? I don't know. DQ wrote something about it. That's why I sent it in the chat. I'm not sure if anybody read it, but it was really telling as to why. And we'll get to the main event topic when we get there. But it was
if
really
that
telling.
Stuff is to be believed, because that is still rumor and hearsay. So let's try to keep that in mind. I did not read it. It is one of the videos I watched today. I did watch a video from somebody about it and listen to his take about it. And if I'm being honest, it was probably the wrong guy to watch a video from about it, because it was that JD from NY dude.
Oh, JJ.
I've actually watched a couple of his videos before and didn't find them as polarizing as some people do. But this one I watched, and for 30 minutes I was like, well, you're just a fucking dipshit. So again, let's keep in mind that the stuff that is being reported is hearsay until it comes from a TKO Endeavor WWE press release. But go ahead, Datilla. I did see and hear about some of the stuff that came out.
I really don't like Cody Rhodes going through through into Seth Rollins. I don't like it, especially after Roman Reigns went on SmackDown and actively buried the title. He actively buried it. And I get Punk got injured, so they had to go to plan B, but still, there were so many other ways you could have gone about it. You had Gunter, WrestleMania 6. You do that right there. You had Drew. Hell, you could have had LA Knight. Yeah, move to Raw since Cody was going to move to SmackDown and have him face Seth Rollins. You could have had Damian Priest cash in. I'm not happy that that this is happening, that Cody Rhodes is going to face Seth Rollins. We've seen this match before, and I'm not happy that he's going to go, because the story was taking that ball off Roman Reigns. Just really. So I'm not happy about Cody Rhodes facing Seth Rollins. And I don't know. You said we're talking about part 2 of the match. I just feel like Cody Rhodes winning the Rumble just cheapens everything. If that was the plan, he should have just had The Rock be in the Rumble and won.
That's fair.
I don't have a problem with Rock versus Roman happening. My problem is the execution, the way they went about things. You shouldn't have done that. Cody, this is the second time The Rock takes someone's main event spot at WrestleMania. He did it to CM Punk, and now he did it to Cody. I just feel like now winning the Rumble didn't matter, honestly, and I feel so bad for Cody Rhodes. I really do.
That's fair. And again, let's try not to traverse too much on the Rock Roman part of things. That's the main event portion. Let's try to focus just on the Cody part for right now.
Sorry, it's just kind of hard because
I know, because the two go hand in hand. That's why I said it's kind of an A-B situation. But so I know there's going to be those points where they get mentioned in the crossover convo, but let's try our damnedest to just stay on the Cody Seth portion for now.
I mean, okay, yeah, Cody beats Rollins. What then? Like, they actively went out of the way to bury that title. Roman to the loser bracket title. You're not doing yourself a favor right there by saying that. So I'm not happy about it. But I mean, I think Cody Rhodes is probably going to be Seth Rollins. But you know, it is what it is. I really wish that we'd get a double main event instead. That'd be another way out of this mess. But you know, here we are.
Well, and again, we still have 2 months and a couple of days until day one of WrestleMania. We can still, course correct or alter the plans, or something can happen. On the surface, it looks bleak, and I will give my thoughts momentarily. But again, we're getting something that we have been wanting for a while, and now people seem to be upset about it. It's the proverbial double-edged sword. You can't. I akin it to something my dad always tells me. And he always said that you can't complain about the way the government is run if you don't get out there and cast your vote.
I remember that.
If you skip election day and you don't vote, and the person you wanted loses, you can't bitch for 4 years about how the other guy is doing, because you did not make your voice heard. We've made our voices heard for a year plus that this is a match we wanted. And now it looks like they're giving us that match as a result, and people are whining and bitching and complaining about it.
I think I think it's because you're pushing Cody to the side. He won the Royal Rumble. Like I said, I wouldn't have had a problem with it if The Rock was in the Rumble and The Rock won. I wouldn't have been happy with it, but it would be like, okay, we're getting Rock versus Roman. Let's just get this over with and move on. But it's the fact that it was supposed to be Roman versus Cody, and they're just pushing Cody to the side to get that match. That's the thing that people have a problem with it. It's not necessarily that we're getting Rock versus Roman. It's the execution. That I have a problem with the execution. Like, if Cody Rhodes hadn't won that Royal Rumble, and maybe, like, let's say, okay, Punk, let's just say hypothetically, Punk won, okay, he got injured, there goes the Royal Rumble spot. That would have been a completely different story. But it's the fact that Cody won, and we were supposed to get Roman versus Cody, and now he's just getting pushed to the side, that some people might have a problem with.
I can see where you're coming from on that. Walter, Statboy, who'd like to go next? Okay, go ahead, Mikey, since you raised your hand.
It's almost like that there are so many people acting like children. They finally get what they want, and then they realize that they don't like it anymore. That is one of the worst scenarios in life. They see something on television. Oh, I want that. Oh, I want that. And they don't read at the bottom, it's not what it's supposed to be. And then, they get it and they find it doesn't work. So, that's when mom and dad come into play, and they sit the kid down and they say, let's try and fix this. So Nick Khan and the TKO, that's your mom and dad. And you've got a bunch of children that aren't happy. You got to do your best to fix it. Bottom line. Cody not going after Roman, I want to say Cody is kind of like, Cody is a very honorable man. Cody is a very respectable man with all the stuff that he does. So if the uppers came to Cody and said, Cody, we're going this way, please do the right thing, you'll get your time. I'm hoping that Cody, the man, not the American Nightmare, I'm talking about Cody himself, would say, yes, okay, I get it. But we know if you saw SmackDown, a lot of fans are saying we could see the moment when his heart broke, when he looked at Rock and Rock gave him the nod, and he kind of left the ring in a huff. I don't even think Cody Seth is a good enough story to write because, let's face it, Seth is hurt. So you can either rip the Band-Aid off, give Cody the WHC right now, then what do you do with him for 2 months until WrestleMania rolls around? That's you have got a big 2-month void. What do you have Cody do from now until WrestleMania? If the goal is finishing the story, he's going to chase Roman forever. You know, he's going to show up on SmackDown. He's going to sneak attack against Solo. He's going to sneak attack against Jimmy. Jimmy and Solo are going to do a beatdown. Here comes LA Knight. Here comes AJ Styles. Here comes Roman. Big schmaz. Put all 6 of them in the chamber. Winner gets $1 million or something. I don't know. Cody and Seth can't go anywhere. And now Cody and Roman can't go anywhere. You have got a lot of fixing to do. And right now, I don't know how they're going to do it. You can't make everybody happy. You can try, but it's an unattainable goal. There's always going to be that one that's not going to be happy. If that one multiplies and you've got a bunch of people happy, good luck with that. But I just hope Cody is honorable and stays the man that we all know outside the ring.
That's fair.
Thank you.
You know, a few weeks ago when Seth came out and gave that speech, I was kind of mad at them for not pulling the trigger and just having Priest cash in right there.
That too.
Because that would have solved part of the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because Cody versus Priest would have made absolutely no sense. Cody versus Seth makes some sense. Cody versus Priest would have made none. Then you almost would have had to stick with Cody versus Roman. And you could have either done Balor versus Priest, you could have done Truth versus Priest, or you could have done Gunther versus Priest. And you had options that route. I don't mind Cody versus Seth, but I do see what some of the people have a problem with about it. You know, at the end of the day, Cody's got nothing to prove by beating Seth. He's already beaten him 3 times. Once with a torn pectoral muscle inside of Hell in a Cell, no less. But at the same time, it's like I feel what Seth was saying to him about the workhorse title, the blue collar title, the Dusty Rhodes title. You know, it may not have it may not be the WWE Championship, but it's hard to argue that that title that Seth is holding may not be more prestigious than the one Roman's holding because of how little Roman defends it. You know, an argument can be made there. There's some people that would probably call me crazy for saying that, because there's no way that any title is less prestigious than the WWE Championship, especially one that's been held by the same person for over 1,200 days. But when Seth has more defenses with the belt he's had less than a year than the guy who's been holding it for almost 4 years, you could make an argument. You could even go and have debates with people about it. But Noah, I'm going to go to you next on this one because I saw your initial reaction when I brought it up. The glasses came down, the chair turned. I know that you are frustrated about this. And to Arlene's point, Cody didn't say he was picking Seth. All he said was that he wasn't facing Roman at WrestleMania. Cody could still fight Roman at the Chamber. He could save his match for Backlash. He could cash it in at SummerSlam, like she's saying. I mean, yes, I realize the winner of the Rumble is supposed to get the main event at WrestleMania, but when shit happens and you've got to execute and in case of emergency break glass, they can always say that he still has his title opportunity against the champion of his choosing. He's just choosing it to do elsewhere instead. In theory, right? Yes, no, maybe?
I say yes.
You're the only one responding. Everybody else looks like they froze.
I'm sorry. I thought you were asking Noah. That's why I didn't reply.
I said anybody. I said anybody.
He said anybody in the end, and everything at the end of the day right now is theory. Nothing's confirmed, but perception tells a lot. Execution foretells quite a bit. Thursday officially will definitively tell the story, whether it's going to be finished or whether it's been stolen.
Are you guys streaming that?
Monday night, we'll see how they build into this. I am going to try my best to just coast along with it, not tirade it, not chastise it, not become toxic with it, nor be heavily biased with it. At the end of the day, WWE is not professional wrestling. It is sports entertainment. WWE is a business. It is the business in this industry, no matter how you look at it. At the end of the day, WWE is ruled by the Anali family. It's always been. At the end of the day, The Rock is the bigger superstar than Cody and CM Punk combined. At the end of the day, Roman Reigns versus The Rock was always a plan to keep in mind. At the end of the day, the biggest story to finish for Cody is holding the WWE Championship longer than it was taken from his pop. At the end of the day, WrestleMania 40 is going to be celebrated as a milestone occurrence, and people are going to watch it. People are going to go into it. People are going to abuse their right of freedom of speech on their internet-based devices because they can, because there is no freaking sense of censorship. I'm just going to see what happens. Bottom line is this. What you did in execution, I previously talked about how you reduced the value of Money in the Bank. You may have very well reduced the value of the Royal Rumble winner status quo if you forced their hand in who they're choosing versus their own choice on their merit. Because at the end of the day, the Royal Rumble was always defined by that person gets to choose who they face in the main event of WrestleMania. And at the end of the day, while they've never given the women the main event spot, sometimes the women's choice of main event has surpassed the men. WrestleMania 39, an example. At the end of the day, Cody is a made man. He is doing what is best for business because WWE is playing damage control. because of all the unforeseen circumstances that surround the accusations of inhuman actions on a person's rights and a person's respect. It's truly what this all comes down to. At the end of the day, WrestleMania 40 will still likely go down as the biggest WrestleMania in WWE history. The post, it is what it is. The build, it is what it is. The decisions, they are what they are. But for Cody, hopefully at the end of the day, it still means that one day he finishes his story. And it doesn't matter where he finishes it. At the end of the day, it just matters that he finishes it. You're only talking about the titles, though? What Seth basically foretold in Blurring the Line between shoot and work promo basically summarizes my outlook on Roman Reigns and the wrestling industry. When I talk about how I'm a fan of professional wrestling versus a critic of sports entertainment, Seth has been the wrestling champion. Roman's been cinema far less than fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. That has been Control V for the last 12 months and counting. Let's just see what happens. I feel bad for Cody, but as long as he one day finishes his story, that's all the man wants at the end of the day. So we will see how the execution comes into official finalization, probably as soon as this Thursday. I have nothing further to say.
It's kind of I guess you could say ironic how CM Punk's promo to Cody Rhodes before the Rumble was so foretelling. Seriously. How he was talking about how he was so close to the main event, and then here comes somebody alluding that was going to come and take it from him. Kind of foretold.
Foreshadowing, yep.
Yep.
Well, at the end of the day, to steal something from Noah there, because that was kind of catchy and fun. But at the end of the day, The Rock showed up back in September, October on that SmackDown, asking if he should sit at the head of the table. So WWE has known since then that this was a very real possibility. Which begs the question, why did they let Cody win the Rumble? They could have given that victory to just about anybody else and then have Cody win the Chamber if the Rock plan fell through. You know, that's what keeps going through my mind. Is if the WWE knew that this was a potential outcome, why would you put all your eggs in one basket?
Because at the end of the day, that's always been the WWE motto, especially at WrestleMania.
I understand that. But now more than ever, the WWE roster is so stacked with talent. I mean, not since the Attitude Era or the early Ruthless Aggression era has there been a roster with so much main event caliber talent where they literally could have picked just about anybody. We were discussing this on Simply Predicting and on the show itself.
Yeah.
There were so many viable contenders that could have won that Rumble to get a shot, and especially since the Men's Rumble main evented, so they could have thrown Orton, LA Knight into the Rumble also. AJ Styles. So there's 3 main eventers right there. You got Drew, you got Gunther, you had Cody, you got Punk.
Yes.
You got Priest, who had the briefcase, could have been the first person with the briefcase to win the Rumble.
I don't know why he was in that match.
Just think about this. You've got the Money in the Bank briefcase and you win the Rumble. So now you're guaranteed a shot at WrestleMania, and you've got another title match lined up. You go and you challenge the world heavyweight champion with your WrestleMania shot, then the night 2 you cash in your briefcase for the other belt. Or you get your opportunity and you come within an inch of winning but lose, then you've got that briefcase that you can cash in immediately following and drop somebody and then turn your briefcase in and get the title anyway. Like, there's so many different ways they could have done that the booking of it would have been freaking hilarious. But you've got that. You had Balor. You had Truth, who, granted, he's a comedy character, but lest we forget, he's a 2-time NWA World Champion and arguably one of the most over people in the company. There were a lot of different ways they could have sliced that to have a winner. And yes, you could have had The Rock make an appearance in the Rumble and just win the Rumble. But we did not need Cody fucking Rhodes to win the Rumble again. Especially if there was... Just a second, Mike. I see you with your hand.
I'm sorry.
Especially if there was any percentage that The Rock and Roman was going to become a thing. And granted, the reasons it's becoming a thing now, if you believe what internet journalists are writing, couldn't have foreseen that back in September, October when he made his first appearance. But still, there's so many different things that need a course correction. I would not have, if I was Triple H booking WWE, I would have held off on Cody until the Chamber and let him win the Chamber. Because if The Rock is coming at that point, you know he's the night 2 main event. And then you give Cody the option, be like, look, bro, do you want to get the Chamber and go after Seth? Or would you rather main event Mania next year? He did not need the back-to-back. I don't care how many times they hyped it on TV. He didn't need that.
But JJ, at the end of the day, WWE is all about doing history. Cody now is the 4th man in history to win 2 consecutive Royal Rumbles back-to-back.
Yeah, and unless he wins next year's Rumble 2 and is the first time to win 3 back-to-back, then history doesn't mean shit.
Tell that to the WWE booking system now that did this decision.
I will. I'm telling them right now. We know they watch our shit. They're hearing me.
Yeah, they probably threw your video into the furnace.
Probably, but still, we know they watch. We at the very least, we know people inside watch. Hell, we know MJF watches. Shout out, Max. Hope you're feeling better.
Take care.
But we didn't need Cody to win. They needed to say that needed to be the in case of emergency break glass. Because the money is in what we're going to talk about next, Rock and Roman. Mikey, you've been so antsy putting your hand up. What is it that you need? And then we're going to go to Walter to close this one out.
Could an audible have been made because of Punk getting injured?
This is part of the audible. There's a couple of different reasons as to why Rock is Roman is happening, which we will address when we get to Rock and Roman. But yes, Punk's injury is part of that.
I meant actually during the Rumble, as could the plans have been Punk was supposed to win, and Punk and Cody got together and said, "I'm hurt, take it."
I don't think so. You want to know why I think that? Because they had released a graphic of CM Punk at the Elimination Chamber. And I don't think he was going to win. I think he was going to enter the Elimination Chamber because if they wouldn't have done that if CM Punk was supposed to win the Rumble, they would have done it for Cody if he was going to enter the Chamber. So why do, So I don't think he was going to win. I don't think it was an audible.
I mean, the graphic could have just been a red herring at the end of the day.
About to say, do you realize how many graphic third parties that WWE works with, and even more what fans love to create? Someone create a WrestleMania 40 poster of the original youthful look of everybody you think you're going to see at this year's WrestleMania. But to put a little bow on the original thing, the outlook of part 1 of what is going to be a Très Noir topic, World Heavyweight Championship versus WWE Championship, Workhorseman Championship versus Heavyweight Championship. Was it shoot? Was it work? Is it fact? Is it a fake reality? I think between what Seth portrayed on Raw, what happened at the Royal Rumble, what we saw on SmackDown, there's a lot of merit to the title that is about the better wrestler and the title that's for the bigger star.
Yes. Walter, it is your turn to finish this topic up, the Cody Seth portion of it. Before you do, Arlene, I did, Jeff did not. Go ahead, Walter.
I get to finish the topic, unlike Cody finishing the story at WrestleMania. But no, seriously, I think we're all assuming that he's going to go after Seth. It's like Arlene said, that was going to be my point. If you really paid attention to it, and I'm paraphrasing, but if you paid attention to his promo, he said, I want to finish the story with that title, the title that my dad held at MSG, and then it was abruptly taken from him. So it is about that title to Cody personally. So I feel like he's a company man. He was asked to step aside. He's going to do what's asked of him. I don't feel bad for him. I think maybe they'll add an MSG PLE. Maybe they'll add something in MSG and he can win the title there. Who knows what the future holds? He could hold off, like you said, JJ, until WrestleMania. But I think he eventually gets a hold of Roman and he gets that title and he finishes the story. So that brings into question whether he should have won the Rumble. And that we could debate that for, 2, 3, 4 hours. So it doesn't matter. It is what it is, to steal Jeff's line that he always says, but we have to deal with what the cards dealt us now. There's a famous saying by Mike Tyson, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. The CM Punk injury, the lawsuit, all this stuff was a proverbial punch in the mouth, and they have to change plans. So, I mean, we can't really blame them, but I like a few of the scenarios you came up with. You could have went with Gunther winning, and then he could have went after Seth. You could have went with Drew. Drew's got momentum. You got a bunch of stuff you could have did. You all know how I feel about back-to-back Rumble winners. I say it a lot. You guys know I can't stand back-to-back Rumbles. It's like I feel like that should be given a different opportunity to different people. Whoever's got the momentum and is hot near the Rumble, that person should win. But we'll get to what we get to, and I don't feel bad for Cody at all. It's all assumptions. We're going, he's going to go after Seth in that Workhouse title. They never said that. If you really listen to the promo, Arlene brought it up. He said, I'm going to go after that title. It's the thing. And hopefully, personally, I think Cody, it would mean more. Just imagine at the end of MSG, after all these years of what his dad did, he holds that title above his head and wins in the place that happened to Dusty. I think that would mean more to him on a personal level than a WrestleMania victory. The WrestleMania victory means more to us as fans. But to Cody, I think personally, that MSG victory would mean more to him. And it'd be something that he'll live with forever. He would hold that dear. He'll be 80 years old telling his grandkids that story. I won the title that grandpa couldn't win, or great-granddad couldn't win, at the city that they screwed him out of the title of. So it's all perspective. I think we're reading way too much into it, and we're feeling bad for somebody that doesn't need to feel bad for. He is voluntarily stepping aside, my assumption. I know people say that he looked hurt in the video, but if he stepped aside and said, do what needs to be done for the company. He's a company man, and at the end of the day, good things come to those who wait, and he can get a decent run. But then it goes back to what you said. After Roman having the title for so long, what reign is going to compare? No matter what he does, that reign is always going to be compared to Roman Reigns' reign. That I always feel bad to whoever is the next champion. I almost feel like it should have been the transitional champion before Cody, because no matter what, that's always going to be compared to Roman. And then fans will never be happy. Once Roman loses the title, everybody's going to be like, well, he shouldn't have lost it at this time to this person. It should have went like this. And everybody's going to fantasy book the way he lost the title. So you're never going to be happy. Like, he finally loses the title, and then everyone's going to be like, oh, it should have been done this way. So what did Bryan Danielson or Daniel Bryan said it the best? Fans are fickle. So just deal with the cards that life gave us, and let's watch and see what happens. Maybe the outcome will be better than what was originally planned. Who knows?
Or don't watch and do something better with your life and your time than freaking stewing over it or being on the damn phone.
Do something better with your time.
Cheesing, Noah.
Do better with your time, like doing the Macarena in your pajamas.
Uh-oh.
Oh my face, Gigi! Did
Good
you
night,
see my
everybody.
face?
I did see your face.
Good night. I'm going to bed.
Hey, Noah, look. Noah, step by step, okay?
Oh, don't poke the bear.
Yeah, don't kick him while he's down.
At the end of the night, Noah's going to have to do the Macarena.
In pajamas.
It could have been worse.
The simple one in pajamas.
So before we
bananas in pajamas.
Before we wrap this topic up, considering that the lawsuit was filed prior to the Rumble, it was filed that week going into the Rumble. I want to say it was like Wednesday or Thursday. I still feel like, and here, just another way that we could have gotten out of this situation before things even really had to get started. The men's Rumble should have been the curtain jerker, especially considering how phenomenal the women's was in comparison. So that's number one. And you've got Cody win the Rumble, like he did. Then Randy wins the Fatal 4-Way so that you can have Cody versus Randy at WrestleMania for the Undisputed WWE Championship. Then Roman is titleless so that when we get the Rock Roman thing that we're now seeming that we're going to get, which we'll discuss after our commercial break, now there's no title on the line and nobody is fucking butthurt. Cody finishes his story by defeating his former mentor, a victory that would mean even more at the end of the day, because now it's not about beating somebody who he despises and loathes, but it's beating somebody that he respects, that looked out for him in the beginning of his career. You know, that's where the story then becomes. We got a $10 super chat from Josh. Hey, all, just wanted to pop in real quick. Thank you to Jeff and all for their understanding during this time. Just had my friend's funeral today. Use this money towards Noah singing for his gal. Well, Josh, he doesn't have to sing tonight, but he is going to have to do the Macarena in his pajamas.
And don't even fucking know where my pajamas are. I haven't worn them in freaking I don't know how long. I only have one pair. The fuck. Fuck!
Well, you got the whole commercial break to find them.
So I'm just saying, like, if this match is being made because of trying to turn publicity around for the sex scandal lawsuit, then you move the belt to Randy and the problem is solved. It just makes sense to me. But they didn't think about that. Oh yeah, Arlene, it was in his pajamas. Last night on Simply Predicting, he was going on a diatribe. I want to say it was about Chase U. And he mentioned that he would rather do the Macarena in his pajamas than enroll in Chase U. And that's how we kind of got there was, oh, okay, so for $50, Noah Foster will do the Macarena in his pajamas.
Damn it.
We love you, Noah. Well, while Noah tries to find his trusty PJs, we are going to take our longest commercial break, give everybody a chance to refill the drinks, take a leak if they need to, Noah to find his PJs. We're going to take a look at the 1 in a Million trailer that James put together for his uncle's documentary, and we will be back once that is over.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Gary Hebert, the man, the myth, the legend. I was amazed, and I was looking to become a better skater myself, and I wanted to be like Gary.
When you look at a guy like this, he's one of the most talented people in his profession. He's been given gifts by God.
It can get frustrating at times when you're trying things that, that maybe don't come as quickly to you as other things. And, you never really felt that sense of frustration with Gary. It was always about improvement and positive reinforcement.
Was it really the end? Was that head injury really the end? God has called Gary to continue to be a blessing to others and to be a passionate example.
My name is Gary Hebert, and this is the World Academy of Hockey, otherwise known as the Inside Edge.
I would recommend anybody that have a chance to come to his hockey school. I think it'd be well worth it. It'd be rewarding to all the kids and anyone coaches, from whether it's an adult, a professional player, to a little kid like a Mike or a Squirt.
Gary, from day one, has been instrumental to my hockey career. I started out as a potential Division III player, and Gary brought me single-handedly through high school and into a top Division I prospect. I owe it all to Gary, the biggest legend on and off ice there's ever been.
Listen, watch, learn, be confident, and have faith. Those are the answers I was brought to. Yet, I only now am really learning how truly important those 5 things are.
Through preparation, through appropriate thoughtfulness and thinking, we can learn to untie the typical knots between our ears that drive us into underachievement and underperformance. And lo and behold, we can learn, I think, to fulfill our God-given potential.
Gary has the innate ability to make people not only better players, but better people. The life lessons they learn from Gary are incredible.
You can always remember leaving that rink knowing as a player I got better or I had something to improve on to get better. And I think that's what you excelled on as a coach, is giving us the knowledge to know what we needed to do to get better.
There's coaches who know the game, but can you communicate and create
passion in your kids and in your players, and Gary's able to do that.
Gary's got great knowledge and the great hands, but more importantly, his ability to connect with people and care for them. His communication skills to me really stand out and separate him, and that's why he's one of the best, in the world.
Gary's a legend. He's a special, special man.
And we are back. Noah, if you can hear me, Josh commented and said, Noah, why must thou open thy mouth? Dost thou not knoweth that thy continue to stick thine foot into it?
Oh boy, he's poking the bear.
He went biblical on him.
Or he's quoting Tony Stark.
Daniel says, and on next week's open mic night, my profile picture for YouTube will be a picture of Lord Zed.
Ah, nice.
Shut your treacherous trap, you whelp!
Wow. Straight venom coming from Noah Foster. My money's on you, brother.
Now we know how he feels.
I'm praying for you,
Didst
Noah.
thou find thy PJs?
Shakespeare now.
There are two bear pokers in this room.
Noah, would you like to get it over with before we go on to the next part of the topic?
I don't even fucking remember how this shit goes. I haven't done this since 6th grade.
I've literally been showing you all show how it goes. Dale su cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo pueda dar alegría cosa buena. They're just singing, Josh.
Fuck. Oh,
Macarena.
And Josh,
Bayside
I
voice.
Josh, I appreciate the $10, but we're not going to further embarrass Noah by making him sing tonight when he's already having to do this. Maybe next week we'll make Noah sing.
That's my birthday. I'm not showing up. Fudge that.
You lie.
Pray to God.
Birthday super chats for Noah? Hey, there's a concept.
When I get to that restaurant and just die and I'll die and freaking pass on a bottle of Villan Brew.
The birthday bash.
The birthday bash. How I like
birthday
that.
bash. The fuck.
All kinds of dances.
Oh my God, this is so stupid. Fuck, man. Fuck Chase University.
Hey. Chase you represent.
I'm not even a part of Chase
I had Priscilla throwing up the Chase U on Tuesday.
He made me do it. He made me do
I
it.
did not. You did it on your own free will. You're all like, is this right? Is this how I do it?
Yeah, because I know you did, Matt.
Oh, this is
Josh,
so
you were $5 off making both of us do it.
No, 15. Yeah, that was Josh. If you want to send another $15 to my thing, like you did the 10, Walter said that if we got $75, he would do it with Noah. Since Arlene super chatted to Jeff's, you give the other $15 to my channel, then Walter will do the Macarena with Noah.
God. Why? Why do the fades like this exist?
Because
Fuck.
Noah, you got to give the people what they want.
That's what JJ tells me all the time about NXT, you know?
Yep.
Hey, that's what most of our main topics were about, not giving the people what they want. And that's why everybody's pissed. And then they gave them what they want, and they're still pissed.
Mm-hmm. Preach it, Walter.
Shut.
She doesn't. She makes it abundantly clear that prior to this negotiation deal, she did not watch NXT. Now she watches NXT and she's reviewing NXT, and she gets people tuning in every Tuesday night to watch her review NXT. So if people are tuning in as you're trying to grow your channel, then give people what they want. But that's her night to take off and watch her soaps and, not have to deal with wrestling.
Titanic release.
But people are tuning in to see her talk about NXT.
Well, let me ask, are people tuning in to see your TNA reviews? Do they want you to keep doing your TNA reviews? I throw the question back at you.
So. Let me see here.
I tuned in too. I want you to keep doing TNA.
I have, as of right now, I have 29 views on Friday's show.
That's good. That's good.
The one I did before that, I have 41 views on from the one 2 weeks ago.
That's good. See, people are tuning in. They want you to cover TNA.
And I'm doing it, aren't I? I even started doing Explosion without having that be part of the deal.
You just reminded me of the joke.
You have 2 TNA weekly shows that I'm watching. You've only got to watch one NXT.
I never said you had to watch Explosion.
I know.
He got you on that.
I know. If I'm being honest, I tuned into Explosion to do it because I felt bad that I missed Impact last week when I was sick. So it was kind of like being done as a makeup. But it's only 40 minutes. It's like, it doesn't take that much out of my day. I can watch it before NXT every Tuesday and then talk about it on Wednesday when I talk about my NXT. Then I'm talking about my NXT and her TNA on the same day.
The fuck are these lyrics?
You don't have to sing it, Noah. You just have to do the dance.
I know, but this video is ass backwards.
Hey, JJ, tell them who sponsored Explosion, according to me.
Taco Bell.
Because of the colors?
No, because when you Taco Bell, you have explosions.
Well, you know something? This might bring us. This might bring a tear to your eye. Since I'm not covering TNA Impact on my channel anymore, I am going to need something to substitute that. So maybe, just maybe, depending on how Vengeance Day does, I'll just cover the PLEs and the specials since I need something to substitute TNA with on my channel.
Yeah, you were telling me that when we got off the air with last week's review, that you were going to do the PLEs, and I tried to negotiate the monthly TV specials too. That way you're at least doing 12 NXT shows a year.
NXT. NXT.
God. Oh, God. How many times do I gotta freaking do this?
To be fair, she's been admitting that it's been good shows. It's just that she misses her free night.
Well, I mean,
and that's kind of the way I feel about Impact. They've been good shows. I just miss my free night.
When you want to grow your channel, though, you gotta not have a free night for a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, after No Surrender, if you don't want to cover TNA, you don't have to. You don't even.
Isn't Sacrifice like a week later?
I think so. Yeah, it's like in March. It's like a couple weeks later.
It's like March 8th. It's like a week later.
Oy vey.
Yeah, because okay, so it's 2 weeks later because No Surrender is the 23rd, and then Sacrifice is the 8th, so there's like 1 week in between.
You don't have to do Sacrifice. The deal was up to No Surrender.
I know. So we never did say how many times Noah's got to do it. I feel like he's got to at least do a couple rotations. So
God,
I say go through it 3 times.
What?
That way,
All
that way we
right.
see you jump, you know, and at least get you to where you're 180 from where you are right now.
The hell, I'll be backside.
Just don't hit the couch like last time.
Hey, considering Arlene paid $50, I'm just saying.
Fuck y'all. Fuck Chase you. Let's get this
I'm
over
not the
with.
one that is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to
God, I
Arlene's
hate you
generous
all.
super chat.
I didn't do anything, Noah.
Thanks
Well,
to
yeah,
Arlene's
okay, so
generous
you're
super chat.
a utility.
Thanks to Arlene's generous super chat.
Yeah,
Here's
thanks, Arlene.
Noah
I'm sure that Jeff
doing
does
the
appreciate
Macarena.
it. I dare anybody else to try and do this shit as well in their freaking pajamas, better or downtime, or hell, do it while you're seeing if you actually know it. Oh my god. Let me see if I can actually get this right. This is so stupid. I ain't gonna be able to jump around that probably like this. Okay. I think this is what it is. Ugh. Oh god. I don't even remember. So wait, it just goes. Okay, so just okay. I think I got it. Macarena. Sons of the sons of the city Macarena, Dane da 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 Macarena. Sons of the fun Macarena, Macarena. Fans of the fans of the city Macarena. This is the fun of the city Macarena. This is the stupidest shit I've ever done now. Macarena. That's it.
What
God.
language are you speaking, man? Dale tu cuerpo agria Macarena que tu cuerpo para agria cosa.
I don't even know what that sounds like.
It's in Spanish. They were speaking Spanish.
I don't speak. How do I know Espanol?
She's a
God.
hoochie mama, basically. That's what the whole song is about.
And Virtue just brought us some news that apparently The Rock just tweeted.
When do people not tweet? Anyway, yeah, back to the topic. Now that madness is done.
Well,
Oy.
that's a great segue into the main event, because going from Cody and Seth, we now transition into Rock and Roman. And again, the match that everybody was clamoring for, probably going back to that Royal Rumble where The Rock raised Roman's hand in Philadelphia and was getting booed out of the building.
Yeah, I remember.
People have been wanting this match. And now here we are getting it, and people are bitching about it. I may be wrong in my information here, but I believe it was P.T. Barnum that said, you can please all of the people some of the time, and some of the people all of the time, but you can never please all of the people all of the time. And that's very much what we're in right now. If they had given us this match 2 years ago, 3 years ago, nobody would have been saying shit. But because of what's gone down, because of Cody winning the second Rumble, because of people wanting Cody to defeat Roman to finish the story, now all of a sudden people are salty on the fact that this is happening. And I just gave a great scenario before we went to break about how we could have avoided all of this. But now here we are. Personally, I'm looking forward to Rock Roman. Am I a little bit bummed for Cody? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. But you've got WrestleMania 13, WrestleMania 15, and that Rumble in Philly all coming together to paint a beautiful story. I've said it numerous times. WrestleMania 13, Rocky Maivia faced the Sultan, Rikishi in a stupid mask, in his very first WrestleMania match ever. A member of the Anoa'i family. WrestleMania 15, The Rock's first Mania main event in Philadelphia. That Royal Rumble in Philadelphia. Rock versus Roman, a member of the Anoa'i family, in what could very well be Rock's final main event in Philadelphia. Everything fits. Everything falls into place. Period. And Virtue is dead on. People still want it. It's just the diehard Cody fans that don't. And I agree. With the title on the line, the outcome is too predictable, which is why Randy should have beaten Roman at the Rumble. You know, it just works. Cody has it made working with Rollins. And even Virtue is echoing what you've been saying and what I said last year, Walter. Cody will finish his story in Madison Square Garden. You know, I said that last year when SmackDown was coming to the Garden like a week after Money in the Bank. Cody should have won the briefcase, cashed it in at the Garden. Would have made perfect sense. But they didn't do that. They gave the briefcase to Priest, who still hasn't cashed it in yet. Time's ticking on him. He's got till July 6th. That's roughly 5 months from now. The Rock versus Roman Reigns is quite possibly the biggest money match in WWE history ever. And we can even, Mikey, you can even do stats here and look at the gate totals and adjust for inflation here. Please come next week's open mic night, or even come Stat Boy Sports Bar. But I'd be willing to bet you Rock Roman Reigns will make more money adjusted for inflation than Hogan versus Andre did at Mania 3, than Hogan versus Mach did at 5, than Hogan versus Warrior did at 6, than Brett versus Shawn did at 12, than Shawn versus Austin did at 14, than any of the Rock Austins did at 15, 17, or 19. It'll do more money than fucking either of the Cena Rock ones at 28 and 29. And I missed a good chunk after 30. Were there any other huge marquee main event WrestleMania matches that I'm missing to compare this to, Noah?
I'm sorry. I was finishing up while I was stat. You were looking for the stat, and I was listening to everything you were saying. And I kind of touched on it earlier. At the end of the day, you literally hit the key sentence. It's the biggest money match setup in possibly this company's history. Not just WrestleMania history, but in this company's history. But Statboy, did you add a stat real quick? I'm sorry.
I just wanted to ask. How do I know? Do I just search how much money was made on each match, or is it the show altogether?
We could have discussed this off the air.
Oh, well, because I was going to get started on it right now.
Okay, then private message is your friend.
Okay.
The question to Noah is post Mania 30, were there any other marquee main event matches of like major significance, a la a Hogan Andre, a Rock Cena, that I may have missed since I missed a good chunk of those Manias that we can have Mikey compare it to?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Everything pretty much has been Brock, Roman, Undertaker, Goldberg, Brock, Roman, Brock, Adam Copeland, Brian Danielson. It's
Okay, so maybe the Brock Roman ones then.
Well, the first one happened at WrestleMania 31, and the biggest thing about WrestleMania 30 was the Miracle on Bourbon Street, and it was defined by Triple H and Daniel Bryan. Anyway, back to what I was doing. I need to listen to this video as you were.
Sorry, putting the thing in the chat to Mikey since take care of that. So the bottom line being is that this is going to be the biggest money-making match in WWE history. Why would you not want to do it? Walter, you haven't started first. Go ahead.
Yeah. On the review, I said this a few times because Virtue brought it up. We were debating on when Rock and Roman should happen. And I always said it's got to happen WrestleMania 40 because of the whole Philadelphia Rumble thing. It just goes together. And I may be a little biased because it is my first WrestleMania that I'm actually going to in person. I mean, what bigger match can I see than Rock versus Roman as main event?
Exactly.
It's gonna break all-time records with the money. People can, and it's like Virtue said, you can point out the 400,000 dislikes, but when it comes to Mania, it's gonna be the biggest match. And I liked all the matches you compared it to. I can't think of anything that would outdraw The Rock versus Roman. Now, arguably, Rock is the biggest star of the past generation. You got Stone Cold, you got Taker, so you can't argue that. But then there's Roman of this generation. So you got family. What is the nickname of Philadelphia? The city of brotherly love. They may be cousins, but in the Samoan tradition, you're brothers. Like all family are brothers. You stick together. So brotherly love. There's so much behind what they're going for. The head of the table. Like I always said, we all said it don't need the title. The phrase head of the table is the title for this match. But we had to get to the way we got to it due to circumstances. Like I said, the plane that got punched them in the face. So yeah, the title's on the line, and it's a little predictable. Everybody's going, well, the title's on the line, so Roman automatically beats Cody. But Roman beats Rock. Reverse it though. When Cody got his shot, and it would have been Cody versus Roman, it would have been predictable that Cody got the title. So either way, you would have had a predictable main event. And Virtue brought that up, and I agree with him. Because either way, it would have been a predictable main event. But who cares? Sometimes you can predict the ending of a movie. Do you not watch the movie? Some movies start with the ending. Do you not like to watch how it meets? Because look at the John Wick movie. The beginning was the ending. It's how you get to it. The story continues. And yes, I use story, and I know that we're on the Roman thing, but it's how you get to the place where we want to see it. So I'm all for The Rock. And again, I am biased because I'm going there, but I'm all for The Rock versus Roman. And everybody's been wanting this match for 2-3 years. We've been calling for it. Now you get it, but because of the circumstances of the way we get it, people are still going to bitch. So regardless, We're getting what we're getting. Just calm down and watch the process. They said it in Toronto when they won that championship. Well, actually, Philadelphia used it, but Philly again. They kept saying trust the process, even though what's going on in that city with that. But you just got to trust the process, and you got to wait. But there's no bigger main event than The Rock. You can't compare that. Like, what can you compare it to be honest, in the past? There's no bigger main event than the past generation and the current generation bumping heads and their family and everything that's going into it. And I just wanted to end, whether Roman wins or not. Imagine The Rock just passing the torch, saying, "You are the tribal chief." Him admitting that to Roman can completely change Roman going into the face. You know, how many years have they thrown him in our face that he was the man, like he was this generation's Cena, but he threw us down the throat and nobody liked it. But now with The Rock admitting that he's the tribal chief, you can do the whole him as a face run. So there's so many outcomes that can happen from this. So just everybody chill out, take a chill pill for a minute and trust the process, and let's see what happens.
Or The Rock defeats Roman for the title, heaven forbid, and then Cody fucking dethrones The Rock.
Boom.
The biggest star in fucking history, in all of media.
There you go.
Probably, arguably, the only person that can currently lace up boots and not have a match with bum hips and 25 knee surgeries that's bigger than fucking Roman.
Boom. And you do that match at the Garden. Imagine that.
You know, where The Rock made his debut. Jeffrey, how are
Hi,
you
everybody.
doing
How are
today,
you?
good sir?
Yes, it's good to be seen.
Well, before
yeah,
you start umming,
Yes.
since you probably missed it, you received a $50 super chat because Arlene paid to have Noah do the Macarena in his pajamas. It has already been done. You missed it. You'll have to go back on demand and watch it. But you received a $50 super chat since you didn't hit your mark last month by Arlene to put you over. So now you're guaranteed for February to get paid in March.
February is a good month now. Thank you, Arlene, for that. I went from a beautiful cover set of multiple genres by the LA Dolls with a Z at the Topanga Social to finding out Noah did the Macarena in his pajamas. It's a very odd musical night. I'm okay with that. By the way, did not even think about it when I threw this shirt on, but they're primarily good to see you, Matt, doing great. Better than I have in weeks. JJ knows it's been a first part of the year. They primarily cover 80s rock. Hulk Hogan style shirt. Like, I was just themed and didn't realize it. It was great. It was beautiful. Yeah, it's the thing with the Rock, Roman, and Cody thing. It's people forget it happened literally yesterday, guys. Like, relax. We have no idea what's happening right now, except because Rock didn't say a word on the air. He talked to Pop Birmingham off air, but we didn't hear anything out of his mouth. And we probably won't until Thursday when they're in Vegas. Walter's 100% right. Trust the process. As a Kings fan, that has been drilled into my brain. Like, literally, there's probably still a scar on my temple. Kings let go of their head coach this week. Trust the process. We'll get there. Trust the process with WWE. People are so ramped up about this. People forget. They had to deflect attention from the most, where are we at on time? The most fucked up thing this company has had to go through in 60-something years. Vince's grandfather didn't have this kind of shit that we know of, right? Vince's dad. Vince himself is the one that has sent this into a tailspin. The company had to play damage control. How do you play damage control besides making Bayley challenge for the proper championship? By the way, great job on that creative decision. You put a public face out there that everybody loves. It's it's not hard to book. And now that he's a board member of the company, it's not hard to finance. Well, by what? What happened?
Huh?
What?
Your thing said, well, by. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was like, what did I do? What did I say? I know I just came in and started blah, 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 but it's like I was trying to catch it, part of it in the car, so I could know what you guys were saying. So,
and I was only asking how you were doing at first, but you can go ahead and finish elaborating. Yes, we are on the Roman Rock portion of things. We've done everything else.
Oh, okay. Well, cool.
We've already gotten past the Seth Cody. We're not talking about the scandal.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So,
and nor should we, because we don't know anything. Like, we don't. It's. By the way, I'm doing great. Like I said, I had a wonderful night. I had a needed night out of the walls and seeing awesome people and finding out that Ariel's solo music is going to drop on March 22nd on my dad's birthday. So be on the lookout for her and I to be doing a one-on-one interview here coming up pretty soon. We've talked about that for a couple of years now, but we've both been busy. But right around the 22nd, my dad's, holy cow, 68th birthday. Jeez, wow. That hit me too. I just don't know why we're all so inclined to panic already. It's been a day, and there was a point made in the chat room. Why can't we do both matches? Roman's supposed to be this badass, this unstoppable force. Have him defend the title, and then have him face The Rock. The only problem I could possibly foresee there is he's gotta beat The Rock, I think, but he has to lose to Cody if they do it at WrestleMania. So which match do you do which night? That's the thing.
Well, if he loses to Cody, he can lose to The Rock, because the whole thing with Cody was, I'm going to make you lose everything. I'm going to take everything from you.
That's true.
If The Rock defeats him after already losing the title, not only did he lose the belt, but he lost his status at the head of the table as the tribal chief. Now he's lost everything.
And that gives him the out for the hiatus, if he so desperately needs it.
And come back at the Rumble, number 30, win that shit. Seems like everybody else fucking does.
Right.
Yeah, but don't tear your pec on the way out, Joe. Don't do that, please. God Almighty. By the way, no coffee or Red Bull, just energetic from being around awesome people. So thank you for the concern, Virtue. No caffeine, surprisingly enough. Yeah. Anyway, you said you talked about the other stuff. I loved the segments Cody had this week. I know people are hating on what happened on SmackDown. I dug it. I did.
Can we finish this topic before we backtrack?
Sure.
Nobody else has spoken yet.
Oh,
except
I'm sorry.
For Walter.
Sorry. I was just going to get Brian Cage real quick, since I know I'm coming in late.
Right, but before you Brian Cage, let's wrap this one up. Then we can.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Rock Roman.
Well, like you said, it's a match that everyone's wanted to see. But like I said during the Cody segment, it's all about the execution, and it's the fact that they're pushing Cody to the side for this. That's what doesn't sit well with a lot of people, myself included. Like I said, I would rather have just The Rock win the Royal Rumble, challenge Roman. Let's be done with it. Supposedly Cody's going to face Rollins. But it is what it is. I don't think Rock versus Roman is going to be a stellar match. If The Rock can go, hopefully The Rock is training and he can go. Otherwise, it's going to be just a match, I mean, he got gas doing that people's elbow, so hopefully he doesn't get gas and can work a full match. You know, I mean, that's the way they're gonna go. I hope The Rock can deliver and we can get a decent match out of Rock versus Roman, because you can have a great build, you can have this awesome build, but if the match sucks, is it really worth main eventing? If it's a terrible match, like if you can say, okay, yeah, that was just bad.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, there's always ways they can get around it. They can add a stipulation to it or something. They can make it that tribal rules match or whatever. That way they can bring weapons and to get away from the fact that maybe The Rock can't go in a full-blown like match type of thing. They can turn it into more of a brawl with the stip. There's ways they can work around it, but I'm sure that he's down at the PC, or he's probably got a ring in his own house that he can work out in and train in. It's just a matter of who they have working with him. I remember when they were getting ready for The Rock and Cena, they had Joe Henning working with him. Clearly, he doesn't work there anymore, but you know, you figure if he's going to the PC and he's working with guys like Punk was working with, and you've got like Trick and Mello and Lexis Keane and Braun Breaker and rolling around the ring with The Rock, he'll be fine. Or if he's going to the Dungeon 2.0 training with TJ and the other people that come down there, like Dawkins, like Ricky Starks sometimes seems to be popping in there. Can we just have a picture circulate where The Rock is at the dungeon and Ricky Starks is there, the fucking Rock and The Rock? Can we make that happen?
Wow.
So, yeah.
Was there anything else you wanted to add to Tilla? Because I did see Walter with his hand up. So
yeah,
I wanted to make sure you got your thoughts out first.
I guess just my last thing, like I said, I know it's a match everyone who wanted to see. I get stuff happens. I just feel like they could have gone about it in a whole different way. You know, especially if you believe the rumors like that came out today about Rock using his power to get this match. Wouldn't be the first time he tries to do that. DC Studios, he tried to do the same thing with DC Studios, but DC Studios wasn't having it. You know, so if that was pretty, if that's true, that was pretty selfish on The Rock to do that. So
I was trying not to address the rumors because they are just that, they're rumors. Until we get something from TKO, Endeavor, or WWE about it, you can't believe everything you read.
But like I said, it's not the first time he tried to do that. He tried to do that with DC Studios. So there could be some truth to it.
And even if he did, let's call a spade here. Even if he did use his power to make this match, he's fucking right. You know, you make this match and now you've turned the press. If making this match is to stop the negative press about what is going on with Vince, because nobody is talking about WrestleMania at this point. They're talking about the Vince McMahon scandal. This changes the narrative. The Rock is essentially controlling his narrative. He's turning the negative into a positive. He's giving the people what they've wanted for a long fucking time. And he's making the money, the most money that they probably ever will have made in fucking history. And we'll get those numbers confirmed on Statboy Sports Bar.
Well, like I said, if I just feel just like the issue here is just the execution. That's the biggest issue that I have with this is the execution. If that was the plan all along, The Rock should have been in the Rumble. He should have won. And Cody could have just done something else. That is the issue here, is the execution. Because you're basically, I feel like you're just pushing Cody to the side in favor of this. And if Punk hadn't gotten injured, let's say Punk didn't get injured and this match still happened, that's a whole different thing, you know? And then Cody could have probably just done something else. But I just feel like now, no. It's just, my problem has just been the execution with it.
And I understand your argument on the execution, and that's why I painted the scenario I did before we went to commercial. This lawsuit was filed, whatever it was, Wednesday or Thursday going into the Rumble. Cody wins the Rumble. Randy wins the title. Rock and Roman is non-title. Nobody fucking bitches. All of this could have been avoided by doing that. Or, to your point, you have Rock in the Rumble and win the Rumble. Either way, they knew about it ahead of time. And like I said here before Jeff joined us, if The Rock was even a 10% chance this was going to happen, you put Cody in the fucking chamber and have him win his way in that way, instead of giving him the Rumble 2 years in a row. I agree the execution is the problem, but there's plenty of positives about it that people aren't looking at. And that's where I have a problem with it. Walter, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment on something Tatilla said, because she said Roman and Rock might not be a stellar match, but like, let's be honest, in the last 3 years, how many of Roman matches have actually been stellar? It's been rinse and repeat, Bloodline interfering with everything pretty much. Now he's had some of the stellar matches, but like, you know, like Survivor Series and stuff, but not all his matches have been stellar during this reign. So let's just be fair to that.
No, yeah, you do have a point. I'm just saying, like, if the match is happening, there's so much anticipation around it that if you get a lackluster match, it's going to be remembered for it be a terrible match.
We don't know if it's going to be a terrible match.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that I'm just throwing that scenario out there that it could possibly be. I'm hoping it's not. I'm hoping that at least we get our money's worth out of this, but
Jeff, I see you continuing to post in the chat. Do you have anything else you want to add?
I just want to make sure I got my thoughts out before they left my brain and didn't get out there my thoughts. But yeah, we're all, I put the comments up. I'll go ahead and say it. We have no idea how this execution is going to pan out. We're not going to know that until the end of April 7th, right? We're all sitting here continuing the knee-jerk reactions. It seems like a lot of people are forgetting. Nobody planned on Punk tearing his tricep last Saturday. Nobody in creative probably conceived consider the idea of what would happen with the old man. There's been so many factors that have changed these alleged plans that we've all heard rumor and innuendo about. We all just need to freaking breathe. And I understand that the nature of this show, we have to talk about what's going on in the news. And I'm not trying to deter us from that, but the overwhelmingly negative response from people that I usually consider to be pretty even keel about WWE and watching wrestling, I'm going, damn, no wonder I felt so nauseous last week, because everybody's losing their damn minds over this. And I'm just sitting back going, can we get through a week after this shit happens and see how we keep going? Can we get to April 8th and wake up and go, that wasn't that bad, or God damn, that was really bad. I feel like an idiot for watching this shit the last 2 months. We just need to take a big, deep cleansing breath and just go, okay, we've got Raw Monday. We've got this presser on Thursday. We've got SmackDown Friday. And then we do it again. Raw Monday, SmackDown Friday. And we do it just like we do all the other 52 weeks of the year. Yeah, exactly. I wasn't going to bring him up, but since you put the comment up, Conrad Thompson is losing his goddamn mind over this. He is absolutely going ape shit on Twitter. And I'm going, I know he knows better. I know he understands that there is a process to what is happening. And he's just reacting. He's doing the Tony Khan thing, which is very frightening. He's reacting to other people's responses. And I'm like, oh, no. This 1 week, we'll call it a week and a half since the bad news broke. This a week and a half period has sent the entire internet wrestling community into this seemingly toxic tailspin. And I'm going, dude, just chill out for 5 fucking seconds first. Holy shit. It ain't that serious yet.
No.
What happened on the bad side of news? That is serious shit. That is bad. This is WWE creative. We all know better than to go, oh, okay, wait a minute. Or, oh, yeah, goody. Oh, wait. Yeah. We just need to let it chill. What's the teenage terminology Natalie uses? Let it cook.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. This shit's barely simmered on the pot yet, y'all. We ain't even had a boil yet. Oofa. Today.
I agree. The point I made earlier, and I don't know if you heard it in the car or not, but going all the way back to whatever it was, September, October, when Rock said, should I sit at the head of the table?
Yeah.
They've known since then this could be a possibility.
Yep.
Whatever the underlying reasons are that it's happening now.
Right.
Whether he's using political pull, whether he's using his seat on the board of directors, whether he's politicking to make it happen, doesn't matter.
No.
We've known this was a very real possibility of a match that could have happened then.
Yep.
Until we knew that that match was not going to happen, they should have been pushing forward with it like it was. Which means Cody Rhodes should not have won the fucking Royal Rumble.
I'll agree with that.
Period.
I'll agree with that to an extent.
And if Cody hadn't won the Rumble, we wouldn't be in this point.
Right.
Because had The Rock come and had this match, then they could have gone to Cody, been like, all right, look, do you want to win the Chamber and fight Seth? Or Priest and do a cash-in? Or do you want to just wait till next year?
Yeah.
And then there was also, like we've already laid out, the Tillis thing. Rock could have been number 30 in the Rumble, won the Rumble. They could have gone my way. Cody won the Rumble, Randy wins the title. Now it's Cody versus Randy and Rock versus Roman.
Right.
Any of those nobody's complaining. But the seed was planted and it was watered at day one, and then they let the dogs in the yard and they ate the plant up and just thought everyone was going to forget about this shit.
Yeah.
And the people that have been wanting this for a while ain't forgotten about it.
Nope.
Ain't upset about it. Are pissed off at certain people in the room because they wish they could be there to fucking see this shit.
I still don't want to go, but that's.
But yeah, Gunther could have won it, and we could have been having a WrestleMania 6 moment with Gunther and Cody, or Gunther and Seth.
There you go. Why not? They planted that seed too, brother. Recently.
I actually didn't want Cody to win the Rumble. I did it. I was like, have him enter the chamber. Have him enter the chamber. But I thought that was because Punk was going to win.
So my thing is, and I put this in the comment. Dylan brought this up in the car. I think it was this afternoon before I started on my little journey into the valley. Why can't Cody do like John Cena did in 2008? Is it he has to use the shot at WrestleMania? Because John Cena in 2008 cashed in at No Way Out. He won by disqualification, whatever that stupid match ending was that led to the triple threat at Mania. I'm not saying I want a triple threat now. God, I don't want that. But why can't Cody win the title in Australia? Why can't we pop the territory and God draw money, come back next time? Why can't we Piper it? Why?
Yeah. That was something we discussed while you were gone. It's like Cody told them, I'm coming for that title, but not at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
You know, why can't it be, to Walter's point, to Virtue's point, to what I said last fucking year? The next time we're in the Garden, your fucking ass is mine.
Seriously.
And then he can win the belt where his dad thought he won the belt and had the belt ripped from his hands. You know,
Go ahead, keep going.
They could have done it that they could do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was all about that last year. I pitched that last year. I was told I was fucking crazy last year. Because why do a title change on a SmackDown? That makes no fucking sense. It gives the believability that a title can change at any time. Period. That's one of the big things that's missing from WWE is the thought process that the world title can change on a TV episode.
You know, I'm not saying it was the greatest run of all time, but didn't Diesel beat Bob Backlund at the Garden at a house show? Just saying.
Yeah.
He was champion for a year, but that's just me.
To be fair, that was before we had, or right when we were just starting to get monthly pay-per-views.
I understand that,
so it was a different time. But I do acknowledge your point there.
Jinder losing the title to AJ in the UK on a SmackDown. It's been done recently. It's not out of the realm of possibility, folks. It's just not.
Shit, Joe beat Balor for the fucking NXT title at a house show.
Yeah. And they aired highlights. They showed the whole friggin' match.
Hopefully that'll make Noah pop back on camera. Hopefully that'll make him proud that I knew that about his NXT.
I'm surprised you know that.
It was on one of my best of NXT DVDs that I had. Oh, wait. I saw him for a second, but I didn't see what he was doing. Come back, Noah.
Come back to
Back
us.
in the day, they had a Shotgun Saturday Night. You can always add an MSG special Shotgun Saturday Night with Peacock NBC and do a title
I'm
change.
saying. Damn it.
Okay, Noah came back. Yay. Oh, boo.
Oh, boo. Sad
Izzy,
now.
I told JJ earlier I was working on video editing for my church. That's what Simon we earlier, and on behalf of my multitasking, apologies for not answering your question originally. That being said, I am here. If you want me to say anything, you see the ticker down at the bottom. I keep things simple, but I'll be happy to add my 2 cents when it is time. For now, as you were.
All right, well, I saw Mikey's message in the private chat. Let's go ahead and throw to him so he can get his thoughts out and then bow out.
It's pretty much the same with Cody and Seth as with Roman and Rock. I'm sorry. It's the kids getting the toys and then wanting to play with them, and then they don't like the idea anymore. And I'm going to say that maybe even Rock Roman, even if it was in his infant stages, all the way back the last time Roman was on the Tonight Show when he brought out both belts. The plans were seeded back then, but it just didn't explode. And then, of course, when Rock went on Pat McAfee's show and said we were going to do it at 39, so it's still been there. It just hasn't exploded now. And then all this other garbage has to happen, and they're just not happy. So you know what, fans? You're getting what you want. At this point, you've got two options. Like it and say thank you, or walk away. One or the other. I know we live in a gray world. I'm splitting this one. I'm going to watch WrestleMania as best I can, as neutral as I can. Then I will make my decision. Okay? If on Thursday they say it's Rock versus Roman for the title, I'm not going to be happy because we've said we know what's going to happen. We now know what's going to happen. We're not dumb wrestling fans. There's no point in putting the belt on Rock. So Roman's going to win. If you put it for the head of the table, open and wide playing field. Get rid of the.
I have a question for you, Mikey.
Go ahead.
What would be the difference between Roman having the belt now and Rocky having the belt? Both are part-timers.
Exactly.
Neither one is there every week. Neither one is defended every week. So why would it be such a big deal if they gave The Rock the title?
I think.
Oh,
can I say?
Let Mikey respond because it was a question to Mikey.
I think you just answered your own question because the scenario will be the same. Unless Rock.
So why
unless
is it
Rock
an issue though? That's what I'm
Whether-
asking you to say.
Whether Rock is going to defend the belt on a more regular basis or whether Roman's going to do it, Rock is then going to die of exhaustion from running TKO board of it and wrestling each week. So you can't put the belt on him, and you can't and you could have taken the belt off of Roman at Rumble, but no, he wants to keep the belt, from what last I heard. But so just take the title out of the picture and just make it the two of them. Then Rock can win. Roman can still have the belt. The title reign can continue. That's pretty much all I got at this point right now because I'm trying to also focus on that other topic as well. So it's
I don't see a big difference, and that's why I don't understand why you don't think it can happen. It's like if Roman is defending the title every 100 days, why can't The Rock hold off on defending it until SummerSlam? Brock was a part-time WWE champion. Roman's a part-time champion. Rock would be a part-time champion.
We don't need a part-time champion. We need a full-time champion.
That's what Seth Rollins is.
He's injured.
Okay. He's still wrestling, though, at WrestleMania, in theory.
Okay. In theory, yes, but
and whoever takes the title from him is going to be wrestling full-time.
That's why his belt is better right now.
And I agree with you.
But you still have that 2-month void of what would Cody do. Well, if they would have put the belt on Cody before all this stuff, Cody would be fine going up to WrestleMania. I've got this belt, but I want that one. I want 2 belts.
Okay. I'm going to jump in, Jay. I'm sorry. Mikey, I don't think you understand what JJ is asking you. You have a problem with The Rock winning the championship or Roman retaining the championship. Why do you have a problem with one but not the other? Because I missed which one you have a problem with. They're both going to have the same type of schedule. Why is it a problem for one but not the other? What he's trying to get you there.
The problem is The Rock doesn't need the belt.
Okay.
Neither does Roman at this point.
Neither does Roman at this point. Yeah. Nor does their match. Is the point I've been saying. We've all been saying for over a year.
Yeah, and I'm saying that too. Don't make the belt part of this match.
Okay.
Unless Roman loses it beforehand, it is going to be part of the match.
Right.
Then why even bother? Because the fans want it.
But the fans don't want it. At least the internet wrestling community doesn't seem to want it. But again, as we've pointed out, they are a small case study to the business side of the thing.
Well, will I be upset about it? Yes, but I'll still watch it with an open mind.
But I'm trying to figure. I think you're just trying to figure out why you'll be upset about it if a part-timer wins it as opposed to a part-timer retaining it.
that part-timer retainer has had a longer run with it, and he's going to keep going with it. There's no point in stopping the run
basically
now.
you want him to beat Hulk Hogan's record.
Why not? He's gone this far. Why stop now?
Check, please.
He's let him have it. Let him have the longest reigning overall title. Let him beat Bruno. Let him.
No, fuck no.
Do you understand how long he has to hold?
He has to hold the title till 2028.
No, Stat Boy. That's a bad Stat Boy.
I said that a few years ago. I said I'm going to be a 55-year-old man and Roman Reigns is still going to be the champion.
No. I don't want these fucking TikTok, Instagram reels that my daughter sends me to fucking come to fruition, where it's WrestleMania 70 and fucking gray-haired Roman Reigns just defeated the Justice League, the Avengers, fucking Goku, Superman. Is like, what the shit? Ding, ding, ding.
I acknowledge you, my dream.
No.
God.
But yes, Jeff put it a little bit more clearly. Why do you have a problem with somebody that's going to be a part-timer winning the title, as opposed to having someone who's a part-timer retaining the title? He should not be where he is at this point. Honestly, the 1,000 days was great, but that's where it should have ended.
Yep.
I can agree to that. I can understand that.
He's already in the top 4. He does not need to pass Hulk Hogan. And he doesn't need to pass Bruno. Just fuck no. We said earlier tonight that whoever gets the belt after him is already going to have an insignificant reign.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's 3 months. It doesn't matter if it's 6 months. It doesn't matter if it's 2 years. It's still not going to be longer than fucking Roman Reigns, and it's going to be inferior as a result.
And to the point I made, I don't remember when I made the point originally. If they did go with Cody in Philadelphia, then I'm putting up the freaking clip from Dallas again. What the hell was the last 9 months for? Jack shit. It meant nothing because we just hit the reset button. This is invigorating. This is we've been talking about this topic since before I came in the room, and it's like we're still running it around because there are so many possibilities. And I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that we're having The Rock and Roman, whether it's for the championship or not. If it's for the championship, okay. I don't want him to retain. I don't want him to be champion anymore, only because if his reign had stayed invigorated and lively and unpredictable, I'd be cool with it. But that hasn't happened since. I'll give him a grace period and say Cody's defeat last year at WrestleMania was the last time that I legitimately thought he was going to lose. I wish somebody had a camera on me standing at the top of that ramp filming my own thing of the match, because my jaw just hit my chest like, oh, they actually did it. What the hell? I haven't bought it since then.
So then Roman's reign should have been like Jade's in AEW.
No.
At least Jade defended the title every month, or if not shorter. She was there.
Okay. But you're comparing apples to bananas at this point. You're comparing you're comparing the AEW's secondary women's championship, which she made more than secondary, for being real, to the oldest consistently promoted championship in wrestling history. The NWA, with all due respect, has been under the radar off and on. The WWE Championship and the Universal Championship, because Roman has it, has been the most consistently promoted and scrutinized championship since Hogan's 4-year reign. That has been the championship of wrestling. Sorry to everybody else, but that's the way it is. And Roman having it this long, if he was having a reign like Jade did and defended it every week, or at least showed up to fucking television every week, I'd be okay. But here we are, 3.5 years, and I felt like the last 9 months have just been like, all right, Cody didn't win. Now the hell what? Because Jay wasn't going to beat him. I wanted him to, but Jay wasn't going to beat him. The last great chance we had was last Saturday. I legitimately thought when I predicted that Randy was going to walk out of that show as the champion, and we'd have Randy versus Cody, which is a great story too. But we don't. We have what we have. And all we have is a stare down to end SmackDown last night. And Cody seeming, not officially, seeming to defer. We know absolutely two things right now before this press conference on Thursday. Jack and shit.
I was going to say it. Yep.
That's what we know until Thursday afternoon at 4 o'clock or whatever the hell that time that damn thing starts. I'm going after it on Meet Music, so that's I got to pay attention on Thursday. But
I'm going to work.
They may mention it on Raw, I'm sure, because everybody's talking about it. And Michael Cole made a great line at the Rumble about Roman defending the title. I thought that was like, yeah, Michael Cole, yes, good for you. Because he's not wrong. It's like, okay, somebody freaking beat him. Somebody have the right story, the right framing to make it plausible since Cody last year. Nobody's had that in a year. Nobody. You were not going to convince me anybody was going to beat Roman after Cody lost at WrestleMania. It wasn't going to happen. I didn't believe anything until the Rumble. And then even then, as soon as I saw Solo, it's like, oh, here we go again. I love it. I love it. And dude, I am straight Dark Knight Joker. I'm an Agent of Chaos. I love this shit. I was watching those movies. So it's on my brain.
Yeah, I love Joker. But I think Roman should have been lost the title. But what happened was inserting Sami Zayn into the bloodline bred new life into it. So they kept it on him. I think he should have already lost it. But that whole adding Sami Zayn to it bred new life to it. And then Solo coming and bred new life into it. So it's like they kept having to reset it. He probably would have lost it if Sami didn't get so popular in the bloodline and all that other stuff happened.
Which would have made it so much more poetic to have Roman lose the belt to Sami at the Chamber, and then have Sami versus Cody at Mania. And just let Sami be a 1-month transitional champion. Because the thing that brought more life and kept the bloodline interesting is the same thing to end it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Cool.
Man. If it was anything but the beautiful moment we had with Sami and Kevin at the end of night 1, I'd be on board with that. But it was so beautiful. It really was.
Yeah. I was so happy that I got to see that moment.
Me too.
Live. And I took pictures of it.
All right, then.
So it was such a beautiful moment. And I think that was everyone's problem with this, that they wanted Sami Roman at WrestleMania, but then it's like you would take the match away from Kevin Owens.
Go ahead, Mikey.
Okay. All right, then. Well, it's nearly almost 2:45 in the morning, and I've got other tasks to handle coming up. So thank you all, everybody. I love you all. I'll see you on Tuesday at the Sports Bar. I love you all. Step away.
Mikey.
We did get a super chat from Emmanuel. How do you write a Cody versus Roman that's different from last year? Well, you have Cody win.
Yeah, pretty much.
Simple as that.
I approve.
It sounds like
I
we're
mean,
cracking on it,
I'm,
but
I'm not. I'm not trying to be a dick, Emmanuel, but that's how you write a story that's different. You know.
Yeah.
The whole thing is that it's legendary family versus legendary family trying to finish the story and win the title that his father got ripped out of his hands. So you make it different by finally having him win it. But to the point we've been making all night, and I don't know how much you've heard, or if you're just popping back in, but there were multiple options to get Cody that title. And for whatever reason, they decided to do a course correction and a detour instead of planning for something that's been in the water since the Rumble in Philadelphia. If we're being honest, it's just dumb on their part. What's up, Big G? Stealing my thunder with the hey there, hi there, ho there super chat. At least he super chatted.
Shoot.
At least he super chatted when he stole my shtick.
Yeah.
Did you get that from Bob?
It's not like you copyright the phrase and you got $2 out of it. So at the end of the day, both parties win.
Exactly.
Hey, how many people steal my shtick?
No.
People steal my shtick all the time.
No, that comes from the Mickey Mouse Club march. Hey there, hi there, ho there. You're as welcome as can be. MICKEYMOUSE, Mickey Mouse.
Donald Duck.
I just thought of another thing that they could have did. You could have had Cody when Cody faced Reign last year at Mania. When the Bloodline tried to interfere, you could have had The Rock stop them from interfering, and that would have teased Roman versus Rock all the way this WrestleMania. You could have built that for the entire year, and you could have had Cody beat Reigns then, and you wouldn't have had to worry about the title being involved in Roman versus Rock.
I think that's what people want to happen this year, WrestleMania for next year.
Miss you too, G. Going back to Emmanuel's super chat, he says, I get you, but do you have him go through the bloodline again? Like he beats Solo again. Like what would be different that we don't see the same storyline? That is the problem, though, when you end up doing the same match 2 years in a row, is that it feels the same.
Redundancy.
No matter what they do. Yeah, you could have tried to have him run through the bloodline, but it's only 2 people. You have him face Solo and Jimmy, and then what? It's not like the bloodline is what it was last year, where you had Jimmy and Jay and Solo and even Sammy for a while. It's like you don't have this bloodline army because Roman is the final boss. Heyman's not going to have a match. So you've only got 2 people he can really fight. And it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do that. Yes, Tatilla.
I know this would be like completely wild, but isn't Jacob Fatu a free agent now? Wouldn't it be wild if they bring him in and add him in? That would be somebody. That would be like a third person before you get to Roman.
He is in Reality of Wrestling, Booker T's promotion, from what I know. So he definitely could be getting groomed for the WWE style via Booker. But I think it's too soon. It's too soon. I wouldn't have been surprised to see him pop up in the Rumble because of him being with Reality of Wrestling. But as far as full time on the roster, hasn't even stepped into the Performance Center yet. I don't think so.
Oh, good. Like, another issue that I have with assuming Roman does retain, is that we're gonna have to deal with more part-time champions. That's another issue that I have. It's like I'm just tired of Roman Reigns being champion. Like, take the belt off of him,
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the reasons too why I'm kind of like God, I mean, I get it. They wanted to do Roman versus Rock, but that means like we have to. If Roman retains, we're gonna have to put up with his title reign for even longer now. You know, and at this point, I'm over Roman being champion.
That's why you watch something else to reinvigorate you.
I'm over Roman being champion.
I honestly don't think there's a single person in this room that wants Roman to be champion past WrestleMania.
No, that's I think that's also too why some people are so upset by this is because they probably figure, you know, Roman's retaining, and now we're gonna have to go more months with Roman being champion unless he's dropping it, like you said, maybe like at a special themed episode or something. But it's like I think that's another issue that people have with it. That's another issue I have with it too. It's like now we have to put up with Roman still being champion even longer.
June is wide open. Creative PLE at MSG right there.
I don't see any reason why Roman can't lose the title to The Rock.
I think it goes back to there's such a mystique around Roman that whoever pins him should be like, oh my, you know, like I guess you can. I don't know if comparing it to when Lesnar broke Undertaker's streak is acceptable, but I feel like people will view it like that, like the equivalent of The Rock taking Roman's title off of him. I think people would view it as the equivalent of Lesnar breaking Undertaker's streak. That, okay, you did all this work, you built up Roman to this mystique. He's 4 years undefeated, and the person who beats him is The Rock.
Well, something I was going to bring up before Emmanuel just super chatted about it. Who's to say that we can't have a heist of the century?
Yeah.
Rock bottom. Out comes Priest. Clocks Rocky with the briefcase. Hands it in. You know?
Yeah.
South of Heaven. 1, 2, 3. Damian Priest just pinned Roman Reigns.
You know how much
is that the end of the story that everybody wants?
No.
No. But you just had, even though he's tall as fuck, David beat Goliath.
Yeah.
Because it was the unexpected.
Yeah.
And you know how much of a bigger star Priest would become? My God.
Yeah. Yeah, so but
yes, Jeff, I see you keep putting your hand up.
I was content. I just want to make sure everybody else got what they wanted to say. I still honestly don't see why we can't go with what you said. I think it was maybe a couple suggestions ago during this topic. Why can't Cody do exactly what he said? Take everything from him. He beats Roman for the title. The shock of the loss enables The Rock to take away the status. Even if Rock's not going to be on TV full time and be that head of the table guy, Roman losing to a blood family member. Yes, I understand the Anawahis aren't actually related to the Maivias and the Johnsons. Work with me, people. Roman losing his title and then losing his status will just send him into a spiral. That's how you do storytelling, kids. That's how you write a script. That's how you present a dramatic presentation. That's how you make box office. Oh, wait, I said box office WrestleMania in the same sentence. Look at that. It's not out of the realm of possibility that even though Roman looks like he's going to face The Rock, God damn it. He's terrible. I know. It's all right. Even though Roman and Rock are looking like they're destined to face off, it doesn't mean Cody can't face Roman during WrestleMania weekend 2. And we don't know that. We don't know anything. And I think that I'm okay. I know I'm okay with it. I think we all need to be okay with it. Because I'm not trying to say, well, you can't have your opinion because your opinion's valid. That's not what I'm saying. I just wish everybody wasn't so darkly angry about it on social media. That's the thing that bugs me.
Yeah.
They're just so like morbidly angry about it.
Yeah, to G's point with his $5
Yeah.
super chat, fans are
Thank you, G.
fickle.
Yeah.
Everyone's been clamoring for Rock Roman, and now here we are. Everyone's whining because we don't get what we want.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn if you don't.
And let me just say for the chat room, if we can share some of that love to the other channels.
Yeah.
Jeff's now made
Yeah.
close to $60 tonight, and I've made like 12.
I appreciate the $60, y'all, because last month was rough. But damn, like for real,
It's like, can we spread it out some, like butter
Yes,
on
this is-
toast? Thank you. Go ahead, Nutella. I see
Wait,
your hand.
reference. I gotta mute and laugh that one out. That was good.
My problem, like I said before, is the whole execution of it. That's my issue. Was like shouldn't have had Cody. I was gonna say Kobe. Cody won if this was gonna happen. That was my issue. And also too, if the rumors are to be believed that Roman, Rock, used his political power, that would have also been an issue too. And also that we're gonna have to suffer with Reigns being champion, assuming he retains. So those are my issues with it. But I'm still gonna watch WrestleMania. I'm still going to, we went down, watch the match. But those are just my issues with the whole situation.
And to Emmanuel's point, number one, the match isn't even official yet. Number two, even if it is official, they haven't said it's for the title. I mean, granted, why are you going to have Roman Reigns in a match at WrestleMania if the title isn't on the line and he's the champion? But we still don't know yet. Noah, you have not spoken yet. I can see from your graphic how this topic makes you feel. Particle Man, can the simple Particle Man please speak on this?
Hey. At the end of the day, they're just doing what's best for business. It's damage control, like I said earlier, but nothing's official until it's made official by Adam Pearce, Nick Aldis, or Paul Levesque. I really don't have much more to say. Rock and roll man, doing whatever they think's best for business. What's it like? It's not important. Rock and roll man. I mean, seriously, at this point, if people are going to throw a tizzy over this, you might as well go listen to the They Might Be Giant soundtracks. You probably would use more brain cells actually figuring out those songs than you will tweeting about this shit that you really have no control over. Love of God. I'm truly whatever at this point. So at the end of the day, see what happens, watch the product, or actually have some balls to back up your whiny claim if you're not going to watch the product after it's all said and done.
There you go. Thank you, Big G, for another $5 super chat. Says, at least I get to see The Rock in person for the first time ever. There you go. I've been lucky enough to see The Rock a few times. Last time, of course, being February 14th, 2011, when he came out at the Honda Center to announce himself as the guest host of WrestleMania 27. When The Miz defeated John Cena without a single thing going on. There were no shenanigans. It was a perfectly clean pinfall victory.
I'm just going to leave that alone. Leave that alone.
No, I did
I've
that
seen
on
The Rock
purpose
plenty of
because I
times.
wanted you to come on camera and give it to me. Careful, we
sorry.
don't want to get copyright pinged.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's fair.
Look, I've already done more than enough. Also, Jeff, you're welcome. Also, damn it. And like I said, at this point, it's not about the result. That's about the story. Bloodline versus bloodline. Blah, blah, blah. What's it like? It's not important. That's really what this comes down to. At the end of the day, the one that benefits is the stockholders, the investors, the company itself, and the business. The fans can be as subjective as they want. Your opinion doesn't mean jack shit as long as WWE makes the money.
It's all about patience at the end of the day.
And nobody has it.
I do.
Well,
most
okay,
part.
someone has it.
For the most part.
I do too.
You know, we all wanted Cody to win last year. We all said we needed to wait till this year, that if he wanted right after the Rumble, after missing half the year, it wouldn't have been the same. We've had patience. So again, I understand why some people have an issue with this.
Yes.
But to Jeff's point, that's been made more times than I can count on my hands, I think.
I lost
This
count.
happened 24 hours ago. Actually, you know what? It's midnight on the West Coast, 26 hours ago. Because it was right as SmackDown was going off the air at 10 o'clock. So
Yes. Yes.
let it cook. Let's see what happens on Raw when Cody comes out. Let's see what happens at the press conference. Let's see what happens on SmackDown. Then we can get pissy if we want to get pissy.
I was gonna say, we'll be here next week anyway. We'll be here.
But by the time SmackDown is over, we should know which way this train is headed.
Yeah, I got better things to do with my brain and other wrestling shows. Keyword actual professional wrestling shows to watch than stew over this shit.
Noah.
We still got the chamber too. We don't know none of this stuff. So just
Yeah, Nia
It's
Jax,
kinda
the
silly.
output button speaks. They have no damn idea or direction for the chamber right now. The chamber might as well be, this is a filler brought to you by the WWE, just to say that we did something in Australia. Get Grayson Waller bitch slapped by Taylor Swift. Maybe I'll actually care.
I mean, she'll be done with her tour by then, so why not?
You know, I'm kind of curious though. Assuming Punk didn't get injured and stuff, and it was Rollins versus Punk, and Rock versus Roman. I wonder what the hell Cody would have done at WrestleMania.
Get a payday.
Yeah, I mean, again, we have to take everything into account that's happened in the last 2 weeks, good and bad.
So now I'm just curious about that.
Plans for Brock have been scrapped.
Right, exactly.
Plans for Punk have been scrapped.
Yep.
Seth may still not even make it all the way to Mania.
Yeah, exactly.
We may have to pull the trigger on a cash-in early if Seth just can't get there in one piece.
Yeah.
There's so many factors that we're not discussing because we're trying to stay away from the scandal on purpose.
Yes. Yes.
There's so many factors that we're not discussing that very much play into this.
Yeah.
If Rollins versus Punk was still able to happen, then we probably could get what Virtue has been posting about and get Roman versus Cody on one night, Roman versus Rock on the other, or we make it a triple threat. We had a triple threat main event WrestleMania 20. We had a triple threat main event WrestleMania 30. We have a triple threat main event WrestleMania 40.
That's valid.
If they had thought about it back at WrestleMania 10 with the fucking 2 Rumble winners, they could have had a triple threat for WrestleMania.
I was just about
10.
to ask that. I was like, did a triple threat made of WrestleMania 10? I was just
wow,
about to
that
ask.
would be good.
They could have because they had a double Rumble winner. But I'm just saying, it's like 20 and 30 were both triple threats. Why the
Damn good
fuck
ones,
can't
too.
we have Roman versus Cody versus Rock? And Cody pins Rock to finish his story, still a member of that legendary family, still accomplishes the story and the championship that his dad never got, and Roman is still strong because he wasn't pinned.
Didn't you give the two of them a story to keep
Dun,
furthering?
dun, dun.
And yeah, again,
it's not hard to book. It's just hard to finance. And considering how much fucking money Ari Emanuel and WWE and UFC, TKO and Endeavor and Rock's 30 million in fucking stocks, it's not that fucking difficult, people. Hi, my name is Gerald Williams from Victorville, California. You can hire me, Paul Levesque. You can hire me, Nick Khan.
He said the G word on purpose.
You hush, Jeff.
Whoa. He did the thing. He did the thing.
I did the thing. I'm just saying, like, damn.
It's not. That's the thing. People are, it's a choose your venture story. Those fucking books sell millions of copies. Like Christ Almighty. Jesus.
For real.
I'd love to be the person behind those things. God, I'd be laying in a bed of money, for fuck's sake.
For real, I'd be Scrooge McDuck diving into my fucking money bin every morning. Life is like a hurricane here in Victorville. Shit.
Hey, JJ, it's still a possibility we can get that match. You don't know what's in the back of Triple H's mind.
It's after midnight. It's the delirium setting in.
I know we can still get that match, but apparently the other billion of WWE fans who've made the video of Rock and Roman's face off the most thumb down video in YouTube history don't understand that fucking shit.
Is that not crazy? That is the most disliked video in WWE's YouTube history. What the fuck? That's crazy to me.
It still has more likes than fucking the shit from Cody and last year.
Yep.
You would think Katie Vick would have the most thumb down.
Well,
YouTube,
there,
Walter.
YouTube wasn't a thing.
On the panel.
We're not mentioning Hey Old Man.
Next, we're going to talk about that AJ Styles fucking storyline from TNA. What was that bitch's name? Claire or whatever?
I will straight remove him myself if Claire gets brought up beyond that sentence right there. No.
I will not return from this.
He won't.
Screen
He won't.
You bring
He
that
won't.
shit up.
Please don't make Noah go away. Please. But yeah.
Emmanuel, don't bring that up. I already did a 2020-2024 comparison and brought that up. Please don't bring that up.
Yeah, please don't do it. Oh,
I love you, brother. Don't do that to us.
I gotta get through this next Sunday.
Thanks for taking the heat off of me, Emmanuel.
Yeah, right. No shit. No, I forgot what I was gonna say because I got lost in that comment thread. Go ahead, come back to me. I forgot.
Well, everyone is giving their thoughts about this topic now, so.
Oh, what I was going to say was
go ahead. You were going to say was
sorry. What I was going to say was even if it's got the most dislikes, people are still watching it. Doesn't matter. They're still watching.
I was just going to throw to commercial again. Give our last commercial for the day, and then we can come back, do the shills, and get out of here. Noah looks like he's ready to go Mimi's.
Yes.
The poor man already had to do the Macarena in his pajamas because of a $50 super chat. I'm sure he's been ready to go to bed ever since he had his PJs put on. So
shit, right?
We're gonna show our Friends of the Multiverse trailer so you can know where you can find us. Follow us on the socials, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Threads, TikTok, YouTube. We have a presence on just about every platform out there. We will be back right after this.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
damn it.
You know, I
And
never
we're back.
anticipate that music being so loud. I'm like, oh my god.
It's not like your Ranger music when it hits.
I warned you about that thunder.
I know.
That scared the piss out of me last time I watched. I'm not gonna lie. Oh shit! I forgot the tell was on. Holy crap! It's funny though. That's funny though. All right.
So we are back. We still have 28 crazy motherfuckers watching with us. So thank you to all you guys that are tuned in. Like we said earlier, we're trying to get both Dattila and Noah to their subscriber goals. Dattila only needs 29 subscribers to hit 1,000, and there are 28 of y'all watching. So if those of you that are watching have not already subscribed to her channel, go
Can I
to
say
Rangers of Wrestling, subscribe. Yes, Dattila.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I'm sure JJ is gonna have a giant smirk on his face for me saying this. If I get to 1,000 subscribers, I will cover and all the NXT PLEs going forward, as well as special themed episodes. Okay.
You guys heard it here. So if you enjoyed Dattila and her content, and you are not already subscribed to Rangers of Wrestling, leave whatever channel you're watching us on right now, go to Rangers of Wrestling, subscribe, and then come back. Because if Dattila gets to 1,000 subscribers, she will cover the NXT PLEs and special events. Clearly, my NXT has left an impression on her to where she may not tune in every Tuesday going forward, but she will at least cover the special events and the PLEs. So like the New Year's Evils, the Roadblocks, the Halloween Havocs that are just special episodes of the TV show in addition to the PLEs.
And yet, JJ still doesn't believe in Joe Henry, and he still doesn't trust the system.
The Real Wyatt just subscribed. Arlene just subscribed.
That's because he believes in Dattila.
That's right.
He does.
Daniel's watching on Noah's channel to get him monetized. Well, Daniel, Noah's got a ways to go. Dattila is the closest one right now. So let's try to focus on Dattila. Then we can push the focus to Noah. They need 1,000 subscribers. They need, 3,000 view hours?
500 subscribers with 3,000 view hours, or 1,000 subscribers with 4,000 hours.
Okay. So we're almost at the 1,000, and then she needs to get 4,000 view hours. So once you subscribe, then we need to get her view hours up. And we get her view hours up by making sure you tune in every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to see her Raw, Dynamite, and SmackDown coverage. Tune in tomorrow to see her coverage of Vengeance Day. And then check out her other pay-per-view coverages and whatnot. But she does Raw, Dynamite, and SmackDown every week on her channel. She does Impact for Bodyslam.net. So you just got to make sure you're watching her videos and anything that's already up. If you're a Power Rangers fan, go back, watch her old Power Ranger videos. Every little bit helps. Just click on a video, go to work, and just let them automatically play while you're at work for 8 hours. That helps her. It's what we did for me when we were trying to get me monetized.
And I would greatly appreciate it. You guys are
For
all
1,000 hours
more
a year.
phenomenal.
Yeah, see, Arlene says, imagine how rich Noah would be with my super chats alone. That's what we're trying to sell him on, Arlene. That's why one of the reasons why we're trying to get him monetized is so that when you want to super chat for him to do something, as much as me and Jeff love the money, that you give us, and we appreciate it.
Yeah.
You
for
can
real.
actually
Yes.
give it to Noah to embarrass himself.
Right?
You know, at least for like the special thing, like tonight. You know, the
Yeah.
karaoke. It's nice to still spread the love amongst all the channels. You know, but for the things like tonight, or the random, you know, $50 Noah does the Macarena in his PJs, it just goes to Noah's channel. Jeff
I gotta go
shouldn't
back
get
and watch
$50
that now.
off of that. Jeff shouldn't get $50 off of that. He's not the one embarrassing himself. That money should go directly to Noah. If Noah's
mean, I
monetized,
can.
he can do that. I'm just saying.
What would you do for $50?
Hey, we would
Right
all
now,
embarrass ourselves, okay?
Walter said that
that
if
is
they
a
made it 75, he would have done the Macarena with Noah.
hell. At 12:15 in the morning on a Sunday, when my finances are dog shit, that's a loaded question to ask, though. I'm just saying. I'm hurting for money, all right? So shit.
I still may not believe in Joe Hendry, but Joe Hendry believes in Nola.
That's right, he does, by God. There's singing proof.
Yes, there is.
Is it still in there?
What?
The whole video is in there. I want to just clip that part. We don't need to
Oh,
watch
okay.
the whole cameo, though.
Okay.
All right,
I'll
let's
work on that
go
for
ahead
next
and
time.
start getting the shills so we can get out of here.
Yes.
He did pop in the room earlier with a $10 super chat to me. Go follow the Cleveland combatant Josh Mansfield at Walking Hymnal on Twitter, at Mallow Mangram on the Instagram. Big G
Ooh, there he is.
also popped in the super chats, gave $5 to me, $5 to you. So make sure you follow Big Baller G. TikTok,
Yes.
Big Baller G 1988. Twitter, NoDQ_ Big Baller G. Instagram and Threads, NoDQ_ Big Baller G 1988. Jeff, do you know more information about these three ladies, when they're going to be and where?
That is actually taking place this weekend. I believe it was either today, the earlier today, or as we approach Sunday now, going into today. But this is going to be out in the area I can't see because I'm so blind. Let me see if I can see it on my screen here. They're out in Maryland, actually, and it is going to be tomorrow between 12 and 3 Eastern time out in Maryland for MCW's show. Heather Reckless, Lena Cross, and the lady formerly known as Brooklyn Barlow, Brooke Fotter, Big G, and his buddies at Parker Kane Promotions are all going to be having these three ladies doing meet and greets as part of a bigger wrestling meet and greet. As always, there's a ton of wrestling personalities out there, but Parker Kane Promotions is actually showcasing these three very talented ladies, and they'll be part of the MCW card tomorrow night as well, I believe.
There you go. Once again, you can find Datilla at youtube.com/Rangers of Wrestling. I know I just kind of put you over big time, love, but go ahead and tell people with your own voice what it is that you do.
I cover professional wrestling, Raw, SmackDown, AEW Dynamite. I cover all the pay-per-views, Royal Rumble. I'm covering Vengeance Day tomorrow.
Yeah.
And some. I also took videos on Power Rangers. This year we're celebrating the 20th anniversary of Super Mega Force, so might be nice to revisit that season and see if I still feel the same way 10 years later.
Okay. When is the 20th anniversary for that?
It's actually in February, but the finale didn't air till like November, so I kind of
So
want
you've got
this
the
to
better
sync up.
part of the year to try to do something.
Yeah.
There you go.
So we'll see if I still feel the same way 10 years later, because that was not a very popular season, let me tell you.
Okay. Walter, tell everybody about your stuff, good sir.
Yes, while everybody does a majority of wrestling, I try to focus on the UFC so that Jeff Mitchell Network covers all different types of things. So I am going to start doing retro watch-alongs on old UFC events so that I can get more content out there. But you can follow that on the Rage of Wrestling YouTube channel, the Kyle Fire Instagram. You can see what the U is, so if you're into that, get the clue and go there. And then the X is Walter Alex Cruz for me.
There we go. And we're trying to get Walter to monetized status too, but he's even further behind. So that's why our main goals right now are Datilla and Noah. And once we get them taken care of, then we'll shift focus to Walter. He just barely started his channel, so he's got a long way to go.
Yes.
You can find me, of course, on Instagram, the Renegade JJ Williams, on Twitter at ROWJJ Williams, and on YouTube at Casa D18 Studios. Make sure you join the members only section of the Casa D18 Studios channel. I know it's been a little bit light lately, but Noah and I have been discussing some things to throw up there over the course of this year. A lot of events turning 20 years old that were major for me. We're considering calling my very favorite Backlash match of all time, and which a certain legend killer went to the extreme against a hardcore icon with the Intercontinental title on the line. So that would be going up in April. I also was at Judgment Day 04, so we may do a full watch-along call of that. And then, much as we did Flair versus Steamboat for Christmas last year, we're talking about doing Punk versus Joe, the Ring of Honor trilogy for Christmas this year. So lots of stuff going on. Of course, you can catch me daily on For the Love of Wrestling, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. Mondays, I cover the weekend shows, SmackDown, Rampage, and Collision. Tuesdays is Raw. Wednesday is NXT. Thursday is AEW Dynamite. Friday, for now, at least through No Surrender, is TNA Impact. We will see if I continue with that going forth. You know, maybe what I'll do is if Datilla hits 1,000 and starts doing the PLEs and the specials for NXT, maybe I will do the pay-per-views and the Impact specials for TNA going forward. That way, I still have a day a week where I don't have to do a live stream unless I'm doing one to, you know, cover the pay-per-view that just happened or whatever. Maybe that would be a fair trade going forward. We shall see.
I think that is a fair trade.
We shall see what happens, though. But for right now, I am still covering Impact, and I'm even sneaking some Explosion coverage in with my NXT coverage on Wednesday. So,
Sponsored by Taco Bell.
that's right, because Taco Bell makes you explode. Tomorrow, as alluded to by Datilla, make sure you tune in across the multiverse of media for our coverage of NXT Vengeance Day. As Noah likes to say, it's not his NXT, but it's better than what it used to be. It's an NXT that at least has him interested. Out of the 6 matches announced, Noah is looking forward to 5 of them. That is pretty damn good considering where Noah was just a year ago. Of course, I am looking forward to all of it as it is my NXT, damn it, and I refuse to fucking digress. And then, of course, following that, you'll be able to find me on Datilla's review of NXT Vengeance Day. Gonna enjoy getting her thoughts on that.
I hope your back doesn't end up hurting afterwards. You know I feel so bad for JJ's back. He's been carrying me this whole entire time.
For real, you may as well just start calling me Quasimodo. Damage that's being done to my back here.
Yeah.
The hunchback
Your back
of
wasn't fucked up before.
The hunchback of the high desert.
Like, he has to carry me through these NXT reviews, so that's why I'm like, I feel bad. His back's probably hurting.
It's all right. But I'm looking forward to Vengeance Day tomorrow. I'm looking forward to all the matches. I'm looking forward to the Chase U calendar launch party and seeing what happens there.
I need this calendar in my life.
Looking forward to that.
Wait, is that a legit calendar happening, or is it a kayfabe
I don't know.
calendar?
We're gonna have to find out.
Just give me a calendar with Jade Cargill in all 12 months. I'll be happy.
We know you will, Walter.
Hey, if it's Chase U, we got JC and Thea. That's a good start. Just saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Jeff.
Hey, it's my turn. Okay, let's see here. So Monday, of course, Talk Wrestling will be in its normal 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific spot. Hopefully, we won't have to get into some dark news shit and actually just do a regular Q&A Monday. God help us all. That would be nice. But yeah, across the multiverse as well as NerdQ.com for the standard bearer for the last, God, almost 17 years. It's crazy. I think of how long I've been doing this damn show, and here we go. We keep going. So that's Monday, of course. Tuesday for Stat Boy Sports Bar, we will.
Before we get to Stat Boy Sports Bar, make sure you follow the Bar Keeps. Dory Lou Hathaway and Mike Caldwell on Facebook, Hathaway Lou and LB Stat Kid 1977 on Twitter, Dory Lou and Statboy 13 on Instagram.
Yes. And we will have a full preview of Sunday's big game, the Super Bowl. Of course, Super Bowl, what is it, 58? Is that what it is? I always forget the rules. 58. Well, yes, it is a rematch from 4 years ago, as has been pointed out numerous times on social media this week. We will have our full preview, myself and Statboy. I believe Dory Lou got a shit for this week, so she will not be part of it, which is why it's Statboy Sports Bar being promoted. We're going to preview the game primarily because we are actually going to do a watch along of the game on Sunday, and we'll get to that later in the shills. Well, there it is right there. There you go. Cool. Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 Pacific. That time is still tentative. I got to see what time CBS is doing their stuff and what time Nickelodeon's doing their stuff, because I don't want to try to compete as best I can with pre-shows, because the pre-show is going to start like tomorrow at this point, the way they do these damn NFL, the Super Bowl pre-shows. But yeah, tentatively 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 Pacific on Sunday, February 11th. It's going to be interesting how they cover it this year compared to usual. I find it funny that they're actually having Nickelodeon do a family-friendly coverage. You know the Swifties are going to be watching that.
What?
Don't be a thing.
Covering it?
Yes, because they're under the same corporate umbrella as CBS itself. You know, the Viacom, Paramount, whatever the hell it is. So Paramount Plus, Nickelodeon, CBS, they're all covering it. Nickelodeon's going to have a family-friendly presentation, I'm sure, for the young Swifties at home watching their precious Taylor's boyfriend do his thing. What the hell ever. I don't hate on it. I'm just over it already. I can't wait February 12th and this bullshit's done. Like, for real. So that's this week with Statboy Sports Bar and Company. So
yeah, I found myself watching Instagram reels the other day. Oh, no. Somebody, I think I shared this one with you, Jeff.
Yeah, you did.
I shared it with Natalie about the whole 13 conspiracy.
Yep.
You know, February 11th to 11 is 13.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a lot of 13s. You know, the 49ers, 4 + 9 is 13.
Yep.
All the 13s that tie into Taylor Swift.
Oh, yeah.
Someone even, you know, threw out 100 and was like 100 minus 13 is 87, which is Travis Kelce's jersey number.
Yep.
It's just all these little things. It's like, you know what? This is the number 23 thing, but it's so fucking hilarious.
Just remember, Jay, the answer is always 42. Remember. If you know that reference, you're in the right room. It's all good.
So, but yeah, I am super stoked for Mikey. We discussed this briefly after his
Yes.
trailer aired.
Yes.
He's been wanting to do a sports watch along for a while, and if the numbers are right, we could be doing World Series watch alongs. We could be doing Stanley Cup playoff watch alongs.
There you go.
Final watch alongs. You know, we could be doing the Indy 500.
Ooh.
Any major event.
Daytona's in 2 weeks.
Like I threw out there, is like, we're not going to cover like the Angels versus the Astros in fucking April preseason baseball. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Yeah, no spring training.
But we may start doing legitimate major pro sports stuff.
I'd be okay with that. Absolutely.
We always told Mikey, if you're gonna do it, it's got to be something big to draw numbers. It can't be some bullshit.
Yeah.
Just some random game. We're not gonna sit here through the fucking 16, 18 weeks of the NFL doing a watch along every week for a random team. That's not gonna happen.
No.
But we can do the Pro Bowl, we can do the Super Bowl, we can do the Rose Bowl. You know, those are pretty big games every year. You know, we can do college ball. We can do the fucking Trojans Bruins game. Because for us out here in Cali, that's a major thing.
For your family, it's a major thing.
You know, it's something we can look towards, but we need the numbers. And there were a few people in the chat room saying that they're not even going to watch CBS's coverage. They're going to watch ours because of Stat Boy doing it.
We appreciate that. Thank you, guys. That's really cool, you guys, to do that.
That's definitely the right track. And as always, if you guys enjoy the coverage that's presented to you that day, show your love in Super Chat. That way the producer man running the booth knows you want to see it again. And more importantly, the talent, the host, the man calling the action knows you want him to do it again, because it's not easy to have all those stats. All right, you're getting timed out.
Okay, good. I was gonna get there myself. I'm glad you saw it first. Like, I get it, dude, but whatever.
Make sure you follow Greg Cherry at the Greg Cherry brand on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Jeff.
Yep, we'll be back. Wednesday was what it was. I'm trying very hard to balance out the schedule, but I will attempt to be there Wednesday night, 7 o'clock Eastern 4 Pacific with Greg and Maddie. We are on the road to our next quarterly special with Greg, which I believe is going to be Jack of All Trades coming back in March, I believe. So be looking for that.
I would like another shot at that if you can get word to him.
I will definitely talk about it. I know we're looking to do something substantial for WrestleMania season, so we may do it the week going into, like, the week before WrestleMania week, if that makes any sense. It just depends how the calendar lays out. I know the 22nd of March is going to be a Friday this year, and I have some pro on that later, but March is kind of crazy. It's WrestleMania season anyway. It's also 2 birthdays in my family, but we're trying to balance everything. We'll get there. So
you're looking at either the 20th or the 27th then for that?
It'll probably be the 27th, if anything. Yeah, it really depends on. It honestly depends on what Tony throws at us going into WrestleMania as well, because Tony Khan and AEW, they may throw a special out themselves. So we'll see.
There you go.
You just never know with WrestleMania season. Anything can happen in the WWE, right, Mr.
Yeah,
McMahon?
right. And immediately following the Greg Cherry Show this week, join us for our AEW Dynamite watch along, where the Simple Man Noah Foster and I will be on the call beginning at 4:45 Pacific, 7:45 Eastern, to call the action of what could very well be the very first and only championship run for the Stinger, as him and Darby Allin challenge Ricky Starks and Big Bill for the AEW Tag Team Championship.
I am looking
Strickland versus Hangman Adam Page. Winner gets Samoa Joe at Revolution. Jericho versus Takeshita. And apparently Tony Khan is going to make an announcement. Whoop-de-fucking-do.
But also, we also going to have
Tony Khan's announcement is that he's gotten some hair detangler.
Let's talk about some of that. Let's talk about something that actually matters more that you also don't have in that graphic, because Collision, of course, updated us on the women's match, of course. As Timeless Tony Storm will be giving a workout in against Red Velvet with the Virtuosa.
Oh my God.
Commentary.
Can you please put the graphic up real quick?
What's up? I had
I was
Jeff
thinking-
talk and I heard Walter too.
Go ahead, Walter.
I was just gonna say, what's crazy is if Sting wins these titles, he would have held titles in every promotion except the damn WWE. That's crazy.
And ECW.
He didn't work ECW though.
Well, he didn't work ECW. I bet that he worked.
You just said that he would have held titles in every company. So
Yeah, I bet that he
specifically.
wrestled it. Yeah.
Okay. What I asked was to put the graphic back up real quick before you move on to the next show of Dynamite.
TK's announcement is Noah Foster is replacing Jim Ross.
I will not be the man to put on that black hat. There's only one good OJR.
The ticker worked out so perfectly. Tony Khan will make a BM. That's what he's doing on Wednesday. He's making a bowel movement. Anyway, because we don't know what he's going to say. Because Tony Khan will make a. We don't know. We don't know what Tony's going to do. You have to watch.
You know what else we don't know that they're going to do, and you have to watch. You have to watch the
Yes.
press conference.
Yes.
Thursday. I'm not gonna lie. When I saw this announcement, I'm like, fuck, I wish I could get to Vegas.
You know, I thought the same thing, man. Oh, just like it's not. I'll put it this way: it's not 100% off the table.
Well, it is for me.
I get that. It's way easier to get there than I thought it was, and it's one of those. This is going to be.
Fly.
What's that?
Just fly.
Well, okay. I have to be able to afford the ease. That's the thing. It's easier to have somebody drive up and me ride shotgun and just BS the whole way like we did last weekend when the kiddies were up there. But it is a Thursday. It's toward the middle of the week, and it's a work day. But if I can find a way, I will, because I'd love to do Meech's musings during this post-meeting party thing. That'd be kind of cool. So we'll see. Hopefully.
Daniel says no. TK's announcement is Noah's the replacement EVP because Tony Khan fired the Young Fucks.
What? Why are you trying to take Noah away from us? What are you doing?
Yeah, right. That's what I was gonna say. No.
What the hell, Scott?
What's happening here? Seriously, I'm 10% of cognitive enough to see stuff happening here. What's going on here?
They're trying to promote you out of our stream.
People are saying that Tony Khan's announcement is that you're either going to replace JR or you're taking over for the Young Bucks as EVP.
The biggest announcement Tony can make.
I appreciate the optimistic notion, but I've said before, I'll say it again. I am perfectly comfortable, happy, and forever grateful to be forever virtually signed to the Championship Multiverse Media.
Arlene,
go ahead.
Arlene, I don't think anything is going to be said on Monday except for make sure you tune in on Thursday to the press conference. I don't think anything is going to be said or made official there. And I don't think there's going to be booze because now that it's known that that is going to be a thing, people are expecting announcements to be made there.
That's true.
So, Jeff, we are back to you.
I hope Tony's big announcement is that he's closing his Twitter account. That'd be the best news ever.
Right?
Accurate.
I thought I put the updated graphic for that, but
that you put in there.
Okay. I meant to put one up because I'm actually going to be going live with Meech's Musings after the presser. So it won't be at 6, but more often than not, it'll be Thursdays at 6 because I realize going live at 3 p.m. out here means I can watch Ring of Honor in real time and Impact in real time. So other than this Thursday, because I'll be doing after the press conference, we'll be live at 6 p.m. Eastern 3 Pacific now.
Arlene says if Noah leaves, she follows.
Damn you, Tony Khan, you curly-headed mucker father. Don't you dare take my Noah away. No.
That is devotion.
It's a bullshit. Bullshit. That's spelled B-E-W-S-H-E-E-T. Bullshit.
Next Friday, following For the Love of Wrestling, will be the Dads Not Always on Wrestling.
Yes.
And our top 10 Beatles songs as we celebrate the 60th anniversary of their debut performance on the Ed Sullivan Show.
That's crazy.
Made a major part of that. Aaron Riff would probably be interested in that video.
If you guys check out my Instagram story, the LA Dolls, the group I saw tonight doing the covers, did Get Back. And I pointed out to the girls that Friday is, and they went, 60 years? No way. I said, yeah. They're like, damn, man. So yeah, they're 60 years since the Beatles first appeared on the Ed Sullivan Show. Yeah, it's crazy.
February 9th, 1964.
Yep.
Wow.
Man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's big. I mean, granted, the 50th anniversary was bigger, but we weren't doing Dads in 2014. That was like during my hiatus.
Yes.
We didn't come back to doing Dads till 2020. So,
yeah.
Wow.
So couldn't have done it in the 50th anniversary. So we're doing it here.
Yes. And it happens any content on Friday, so that works out perfectly.
Yeah, I haven't messaged my dad yet. I should probably send him a message tomorrow, see if he wants to be involved. Maybe it's too last minute for him to get everything together and his thoughts like he did last time. Maybe not. But let's see what happens.
It's much more of a narrow focus because everybody has their favorite Beatles songs, and I think that you just go, okay, we'll just pick the best 10 in your head, and there you go. Well, I don't, because I need to listen to the discography still because I'm a lazy ass and I haven't done that yet, but I will. I got this.
Jeff, tell us about the next day.
Yes. I still don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it. I hope I do, but the legendary Quiet Riot, including original founding band members, will be back on stage out at Yamava Casino at Rockin' Brews, opened up by Paradise Kitty, our good buddies here at the channel. They'll be out at Yamava again, opening for Quiet Riot. That's going to be a hell of a night, whether I get to go or not. It's going to be a blast. The girls are so excited. Jenna's been buzzing me all week. It's like, you got to get me a ride out there, doll. But please, if you guys are able and you're in the area or even close to the area, get out and support Quiet Riot. They're one of the best bands ever. I love these guys so much. And of course, our friends Paradise Kitty, go out and support them out at Yamava. Only 90 minutes from LA. But anyway, yeah, it's going to be a fun night for sure.
It is going to be a fun night because that night, that Saturday night, is going to be somebody's birthday celebration.
Is that right?
May have to get Jenna and the girls to.
Yeah, I was just going to say
happy birthday to our darling Noah.
You know, let me see what time they go on stage.
Instead of having him sing that week, they can sing to him.
Okay, I
Bash.
guess.
The birthday bash.
I'm not used to that type of stuff. Usually birthdays are like, okay, thank you, I'm working, I'm still alive. I don't really do a lot during them. So, nor get a lot during them. So that will be different.
Okay, so the show officially starts at 8.
Of course it does.
No, but that's fine. That's when the girls go on, is 8 o'clock, I think. So we can be having open mic night kick off, or have their set end, whatever time their set ends, with them going off stage singing Happy Birthday to Noah. If I get out there, we'll make it happen for you, Foster.
Thanks. Okay.
Arlene, if you donate for his special day, my channel, please, because Jeff is like way good now, because what he didn't have in January, he made up for in spades thanks to you earlier. So
I did. Thank you so much again, Arlene. Yes, definitely.
Real Wyatt sending an happy early birthday shout out to you, Noah.
Yes.
Thanks.
Jeff, talk to me about this.
Okay, this is one of those mindfuck things, guys. Here we go. Okay, so check this shit out. So the lady with dark hair toward the middle, next to the band, the front man, for lack of a better term. I've known her since I was literally a baby, because I was born a year before her. Her mom was a cashier at our local Vons here across the street from where I used to live. Anyway, that's kind of what it is. She was part of Paradise Kitty for a while. Her name is Nikki Stevens. The gentleman in the center, the front man, is Jesse Fury. The band is Jesse Fury and the sound. The funny part about that is my lifelong friend Nikki Stevens is in a band with Jesse Fury, who's really Luke Robitaille's son, the legendary Los Angeles King, left wing, and now currently president of business operations. So two people I've known literally my entire life, and their entire lives, because they're both younger than me, are in a band together now, and they'll be at the legendary Mint over on Pico in Los Angeles Wednesday, February 21st. Doors are at 6, shows at 7. So if you guys are in the LA area, I'm low-key hoping Luke and Stacia come, because I haven't seen them in a while, and seeing Luke Robitaille with white hair is probably going to give me another mindfuck altogether. Because I haven't seen Luke with white hair.
I remember seeing him perform during one of the playoff pre-show things in the middle of the street. I think he was going by Desiree at that point.
Desiree, yeah. I think it was during the St. Louis series, because that's when Luke actually gave us a real smile in the photos, instead of the kind of side goober thing that he gave us. But
so it's cool to see that he's got his own band now, that he's done his thing.
Yeah, the kid's talented, man. He's great. I love him. I love his family. God, it's so cool that they're. But again, I see this story on Nikki's page. I went, it's just weird, and I went, okay. So my mind just kind of for a minute there. Really cool.
Arlene, the month just restarted.
Yeah.
So I have a ways to meet my goal. I made the goal for January.
He did.
Jeff didn't.
Yes.
So what you donated tonight allowed Jeff to cover that, and now he's just getting icing on the cake for the March payout.
Right.
I'm starting at square one again. And if I'm being honest, I think I made $17 tonight.
Yeah.
Which that's before YouTube takes their cut out.
Yeah.
So I'm still got a ways to go to meet my goal, but it's also only the 4th. So we've got some time.
We do.
But I appreciate you asking that question, like you want to just donate everything to get me to that point. I appreciate that.
It's very sweet.
Make sure you follow our buddy James on Facebook, James Hebman Hebert, on Twitter and YouTube at jhebertside95. Noah.
If people wish to engage and follow me, then find me on the Twitter and on YouTube. Adam Foster, 1916, for all things wrestling. I'm not a hard guy to find. It's as simple as that, even if I'm barely social as it is. Go to the Simple YouTube channel. You'll find the snippet things there that I do live. You'll find on the community tab where you can give your own simple assessment for all the biggest shows across sports entertainment and professional wrestling. Damn it! And also give your own, the thoughts towards the leagues. I provide leaderboard updates, forums, and all that fun stuff too. And so again, as I always like to encourage, just enjoy life and enjoy wrestling. Protect your mentality and treasure your families. There are no winners, there are losers, there are no betters. We're just fans with opinions. And seriously, don't overreact to something that you don't know everything about.
Exactly. To Noah's point about simply predicting, if you missed our stream yesterday and would like to see my thoughts, Noah's thoughts, and Noah's buddy Chris Rotz's thoughts on what Vengeance Day is going to be, go to either his channel or my channel and check it out on demand. We went for about an hour and a half-ish discussing everything. It was actually a pretty quick show because it was just the three of us.
Mm-hmm.
But either here on the Casa D18 Studios channel or on the Simple Man's Brand Noah's channel. And you can check out all of our thoughts ahead of Vengeance Day tomorrow.
Yep.
And then, of course, make sure you get your orders in. For now, that's what I call open mic night. Noah, that's what I call music. Noah, that's what I call slow jams. And
Thanks,
Noah,
Mickey.
that's what I call Disney.
Damn it.
Mickey the G.
We discussed it briefly earlier. Don't exactly know which day we're going to pull it yet, but we are going to do our own fantasy booking, open mic night, Worlds Collide / Multiverse United, where we book 2 nights of action with TNA Impact going against Raw, SmackDown, and NXT talent. That'll be some point this month if we get a slow month. So definitely going to be doing that at some point.
Keep you
Noah
posted.
already did the dance reel, Wyatt. You're late. You're super late. You're going to have to go back, watch that on demand.
Yeah, Arlene and Emmanuel, I'll keep you posted also on NXT since you seem to keep up with it. And the forum, folks, is live across literally my Twitter and the YouTube and the comment section of that video. You got till 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to finalize them or get them in. Good luck to you all.
There you go.
I'm pretty confident with my picks.
I'm not. Might change some, but we'll see.
I'm not confident, but I'm sticking to my guns, damn it.
Always stick to your guns.
I'll send you the form, Emmanuel and Arlene. Since you want to be in the NXT league, I'll send you the form. Don't worry. If you can.
Well, it's on your community tab, right? So they can just go there and click it.
Yeah, but I know sometimes people don't have time to engage in social media or even look at YouTube a lot, let alone the comment section. So, but they should be able to find it right there. So, yeah. So just go to the Super Predicting video, Arlene and Emmanuel. You'll find right in the comments the link to the form.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, Jeff had to dip out because the phone rang, but we are done with the shills. Noah even already just did his sign off when he was doing his plug, so don't need to go back to him for that.
Yep.
So for Stat Boy, for the West Coast Professor Jeff Meacham, for Walter, for Datilla, for the Simple Man Noah Foster, I am the Renegade of Wrestling JJ Williams. Thank you guys for tuning in and joining us, and we will see you guys tomorrow across the multiverse for our coverage of NXT Vengeance Day. Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good night, folks. Stop.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.